Hi, folks. Just setting up. I just make sure the YouTube bot is working before I get into the stream. Thanks, Indigo. Yeah, you can ask me something, Alex. It's fine. Live chat. Hi, folks. Just setting up. I just make sure. Then just show that I'm live. Hey, folks. I'm not sure why I'm trying to fix the chat bot for YouTube, but it's not working for some reason. That's okay. I'll figure it out. Hey, Shanti. What's up? I've been farming for Carnic Sword for a while. Would it be better to go for Pity Craft instead, or just keep hammering D8? Yeah, if what I do box, I'd pity the sword. Like I wouldn't keep on spamming it, because if you go over like 100 runs, you're really gonna get upset. So I just pity it. Just like get your 20 tokens and move on to the next dungeon. Get 20 and keep going until you get 20 and everything. And then you can try 3 more in that one dungeon. If it doesn't drop, just pity it. It'll save you time if you have bad luck. Hey, Joppy. Yeah, I saw your message in YouTube, Joppy. Sorry, I was gonna go back to it. But now that you're here, I can just answer you here as well. I'm stuck at 2300 power points. Any tips? Lombo wand, focusing on healing, 50 plus, but stuck without knowing what to do. Yeah, if you're stuck at 2300 power points, are you do you by chance are you following one of my my Lombo wand guide, Joppy? Hey, Alpers, how's it going? Little. Yeah, what do you think of running ADDR on a 70 strength staff wand going to preserve build? I don't think you need damage reduction like that, Tetsui. If the damage reduction that you're trying to build results in you missing any other important stats, I wouldn't do that, because damage reduction is a 1-to-1, so you have to remember that. Like 2080, a hit for that deals 2080 damage is gonna deal 2000 damage. It's just gonna subtract literally 80 damage. So it's not really gonna be that helpful if you're sacrificing other stats to get that. Thanks, Vixen. Appreciate that. You maybe at some point put a more detailed curse of dungeon curse video. I saw your building for some percentage of damage. Yeah, no worries, Chris. I can I think there's an ad break. Hold on, I'll reply to Chris directly. Just a sec. I can reply directly in here. What a weird chat window. Change to this. It's gonna be randomly. Keep making clinics. Shike. Let's do I'm trying to follow the PV build for Lombo 1, but very difficult to get the characteristics right. Also, I think it's because my items don't have much characteristics. Yeah, Jobby, it's likely because you're missing traits, but also don't forget that your mastery levels gives you a lot of gear score as well. So if you're missing mastery levels, right, your combat power, then you should definitely aim to get that up as well, because that's going to give you a nice boost. Getting your skills to 5 epic are also going to be helpful as well. Hey Juvian, how's it going? Limit talk of your thoughts on evasion versus endurance for one staff, or maybe healer in general when we head into T2. Yeah, I can do that, Sorgren. Yeah, so when it comes to T2 gear, it's not going to be that different from the way people are building now. Some people have more options. So, for example, on Lombo, they can continue building melee evasion range endurance. You'll rely a bit more on your ruins and resonance for higher melee evasion. But you can also run a triple endurance build. But the problem with the triple endurance build, specifically as a Lombo, is the issue that you would experience now if you ran like an endurance build is that if you in small scale and arenas, it's just going to be harder because you're just perma CC'd. So specifically in those combat scales, you're going to be just the easy target who can be like bullied by CC. So a lot of people just will continue wanting to run melee evasion in range endurance because that's probably what they run now. And because they run a lot of arenas in small scale and they just enjoy that and prefer that. So but yeah, like you can run triple endurance build because there's a triple endurance build that anyone could technically run. But it's obviously better for certain classes, that being SNS users in general and Lombo users. But yeah, if you play a lot of small scale in arena, you might be annoyed by perma CC because that doesn't change. For one staff, they will continue running. They can also continue running like the melee evasion range endurance build. They can continue doing that. They can build it high, just the same thing as they do now in KR as well, late game. But they can also run a really strong magic and range evasion build as well, just like Dagger. So just like Dagger, they can run a really strong magic range evasion build. Thanks for subscribing, by the way, Bork. Really appreciate that. But they can run a really strong magic evasion build with the Dawn set. Let me actually do this. I'm just gonna open up my browser and I'll show you the stuff I'm talking about, because if you haven't seen this stuff before, you're probably confused, like, what am I talking about? I think I can do quest log and gear viewer, or no, I'll do the gear item sets kind of thing. I'll have to change it to NC item sets. Okay. Gonna do a party board for this Chris Wasteland, so My friends don't get mad. Friends. Okay, browser. Can you see this? Hopefully you can see this. So where is it? Yeah, so this Dawn set right here, the Dawn Mist set, the 2-piece set gives you 250 range and magic evasion. A lot of people, including DPS, run the 2-piece set. Obviously if you're the magic evasion boost, but that brings you to those breakpoints you want to really be at, which is like 1.7k magic evasion and like 1.6 similar for range evasion. You can get well over that very easily with this and resonance and runes. You can easily get a base without any buffs, like without the dagger buff or the victorious energy buff. You can get a base of 2.2k magic and or range evasion, and like the 2k the other stat. It gets really high without any buffs, and that's just because of Dawn's Mist and other pieces in the T2 set. And then the triple endurance set I was talking about is, some of this is Talender T2, so that's why I'm scrolling past some of this. But we're right here, the Holy Ghost set right here, the 4-piece set gives you damage reduction, but also 150 to all your endurances. So it makes it really easy to build a triple endurance set, because the pieces themselves, like the helmet has range endurance on it as well, that goes up to 100 something. Pants also has range endurance as well, that goes up to 100 something. And you'll usually throw in the Dawn's chest in here that gives you magic endurance as well. So you can build, usually you can build, I think it's a 1.3k, 1.4k, and 1k all endurances, 1k magic endurance. So 1.3k melee endurance, 1.4k range endurance, and then 1k magic endurance. You can do that easily in the T2 sets. But yeah, there's a lot of sets that just become more possible with the T2 sets. There's just a lot more diversity with the builds. And on top of that, all the gear that I just mentioned, like all these T2 sets, the main ones come from dungeons, except for Holy Ghost. Oh no, Holy Ghost comes from dungeons now, actually, because they changed that. So yeah, all the T2 sets come from dungeons as well, which makes it a lot easier to grind out pieces. And they also come from open world mobs as well. Like you can see the chest comes from open world mobs. So like the T2 sets aren't going to be like extremely hard. Like they're not going to be like, oh, this only comes from like for a majority of the pieces, like it's not going to be like, oh, this one only comes from bosses or stuff like that. Some of them do come from bosses, specifically from this set, the Holy Ghost set. But when it comes to the Dawn set, or sorry, not the Dawn set, but the where is it? Like some of the more easier to gain pieces, Wraith. Like the Wraith set, for example, is all from a dungeons. And then the Dawn set and the Holy Ghost set, a lot of the pieces come from open world mobs, and I think only certain pieces come from bosses. Like the helmet and the pants. I'm pretty sure the pants too come from boss. Yeah, boss. And the boots. That's it. But yeah, at least 2 of the 4 pieces or 5 pieces come from bosses, and you only need 4 pieces. But yeah, there's just a lot more build diversity with T2 sets. But yeah, we're not gonna get T2 gear until I think next year. Next month we're getting the T2 dungeons with the T1 accessories and T1 cape inside of it, so it's different, right? Let's keep that in mind. Go with full face. That was a long-winded answer, and I think they're probably waiting for me to start this dungeon. But yeah. No worries, Tetsu. Why did you switch out the blue cape for the melee evasion in-game kill? Yeah, I swapped out the blue cape for the devotion cape, Bora, because we don't necessarily like need it. Like you don't have to use it. All you need is a 1.7k. All you need is 1.7k magic melee evasion, right? And you can get that with the food. So you don't actually need the cape at all. Like for example, like what I have right now, I have 1.9k melee evasion, and I don't have the cape. Like I have my Supreme Devotion Cloak on. I mean, this is my PvE page, by the way, so that's not what I use for PvP. But like, I have the Devotion Cloak on and the Abyss Ring on, and I still have 1.9k. Obviously, I'd replace the Berry Series, but I just haven't gotten around to that. But you can see from like my latest videos, I'm like Still super tanky with this gear. And I don't have like the full endgame build, but I'm still super tanky. But it's also mainly just to prove that you don't need that much melee evasion for people to miss on you a lot. Like a lot of people run around with 1.7k and they're fine. That's really just the break point. And you can do that without the blue cape. So after just like hearing people talk about how annoying it was for them to grind the cape, I just shared like what I was using instead, just to help folks not struggle too much with that cape, because they don't need to. But does endurance get better in T2? The CC will hurt less, specific with the nerf. Yeah, endurance gets better in T2, Juvian. It gets better, especially you get higher defenses in T2. Like the key thing with endurance, for endurance to be good, you need high defenses, right? You can't just build endurance and then your defenses are still pretty crap, because then you just have high endurances, but your raw defenses are still super low, so you're still going to be taking high damage when damage comes through, right? So if you're playing a build where all the damage, you're taking all the damage because you're evading nothing, you have to make sure that you're able to mitigate as much of that damage as possible. Like that makes the effective endurance build, right? Because if you're not mitigating the damage you're receiving besides the endurance stat, you're going to be taking loads of damage that you shouldn't be. You're not going to be able to sustain it the way that an SNS can. But even SNS are able to sustain it because they have high defenses naturally because of their passives that give them like 1,000+ defense, right? So you need to mimic that in a way, and you have to do that through gear, because you don't have a passive or other active ability that raises your defense in the same way other than Blessed Barrier. But when that's on cooldown, you need something else to rely on. So yeah, in T2 you can build high defenses a lot easier and also high endurances. So you can build more like really effective endurance builds. That's what I ran on KR for the majority of my time. I ran like triple endurance build with at least 2.5k. I think no, I had 2.8k melee defense and 2.4k range defense as well. And that made you like extremely tanky. And then also the fun thing about that is that you can always swap to a wand SNS build if you wanted to, because it's the same exact gear. Hey dude. Do I have a damage healer build? Not really for PvP. I know what a damage healer build for PvP would look like. I can show it maybe later. Or if you ping me in the Discord and just get that, if I can't show it today, or if you have to leave early, just ping me in the Discord and I can send you like a quest log of it or something like that. Because I don't have a save anywhere. I could just put it together though, because I remember the one from KR. But if later on after these dungeons, I can pull up my browser and show you what it would essentially look like, depending on what you're playing as well. Which dungeon you recommend for a Lombo wand? I already got 2 Lombos from Carnex, one with max life and the other with life regen. Currently using a World Tree as well wand. I'd use Carnex if you're doing PvP joppy. But if you're doing PvE, I'd use 2 Blitz because of the cooldown and the dex on it. They're really good stats for you. Oh, I have my... Oh, that is so funny. Thanks, Samuel. Samuel DM me in game about my I forgot to turn off the browser and I went back in the game. Thanks. High melee evasion and range evasion with around 1000 collision resistance. Yep, you can do high collision resistance as well. Did you guys see the latest collision resistance test though? And what you actually need for resistance to actually counter chance? Because that's going to be important to understand who can actually build. What kind of resistances can people build Tanks can build any resistance because they have the passive to do so, but certain people can't because they can't compete with people's natural chances. Especially in T2 when majority of players are going to have around like 50-60 perception because gear allows anyone to really reach it very easily. And higher hit is just mandatory for most DPS at that point because of the evasion. It gets crazy with resonance and runes. But there's a new chart that a Kara player came out with like really good tests of chance of runes resistance that I can show later as well. Hey, hi Eli, is one dagger confident as healer? Do they run the issue later late game? Is one dagger competent? One dagger is good late game. Yeah, a lot of people still play one dagger healer late game. There's no issues with it. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could sort of also say they get better because they can start to. I mean, they just get like higher scaling healing. Like their burst heal skill really high. But yeah, I think if you're talking about bombing though specifically, Wand SNS becomes a better bomber than Wand Dagger, for the most part, late game. If that's what you meant. Hi. How much mana regen would you want for T2 build? Melee regeners or for your melee EV? Yeah, if you want mana regen, the mana regen you want stays the same even in T2. You just want 620. Like the use of your mana does not increase in T2 because the level of your skills and the mana usage of skills and everything stays the same. So you still want 620. So what you have in T1 is what you're gonna want in T2. Assuming you have 620 in T1 as well. Base. Oh, thanks for the tip, Winston. I just saw that. I appreciate that. Winston has become a really helpful friend. I appreciate that, Winston. Helped me a lot with streaming stuff because I'm learning. Do we get the mastery passes of the weapon we equipped as main hand? Yes, you do, Kagri Tolga. The masteries of the weapon that you have, or the masteries of your weapon, always apply to the weapon whenever you use any sort of skills from that weapon. So it doesn't have to be in your main hand. But for that reason, you want to keep the weapon in your main hand that gives you the most defensive benefits. And that will be like a longbow if you use one longbow. Ooh, that sounds pretty good, Salu. Do you know how the swirling essence 2-piece works? Does it increase weakened endurance by 7.5%? If so, yes, Sacred. It increases it by a percentage amount, not by seconds. So it increases weakened durations, all of them, by 7.5%. And yes, it is really good for Curse Explosion, increasing the damage. How to join the Discord, lol? Or lol? The code to join the Discord is /healersTNL. If you do exclamation point, I think Discord server or exclamation point healers Discord or healer Discord, it will it should pop up. We'll put it down so I can read chat. Getting beat up. Oh, sending in a tornado. Okay. So I am. Oh, do you like wand bow more or wand staff? I like both a lot. But I probably have a little bit more of a likeness towards wand bow or wand longbow, if I'm being honest. But I like both a lot. I especially like wand staff when we get into T2 weapons, because the Black Gale staff turns your frost smokescreen ability. This one right here. It turns the frost smokescreen ability into an AOE root, which is really, really cool. So you can take the specialization on it that allows you to use it from range. Hold on, I'm gonna leave Discord for a sec. So you take the specialization on it that allows you to use it from a distance, and then you're able to now have a ranged AOE root, and both uses will root people as well. And the cool thing about it is if people walk into it as well, it roots them. So it doesn't have to be upon skill use. It's just whenever they touch that ice pool that you put on the ground, it will root anyone. So if someone walks into it, they get rooted. If you place it on someone, they get rooted. If someone walks into it, they walk out of it, and they walk back into it for whatever reason, they'll get rooted as well again. So there's like no cooldown on the root as well. It will just reapply, which is pretty cool. So it becomes a really, really strong AoE for obvious reasons. And and that's when I really like to play wand staff. It's like really fun in T2 with that skill. You can make a lot of really good plays with this. Hello, I'm an SNS Greatsword user, but I want to heal damage in PvP, so I'm thinking of switching to pure DPS build with Greatsword Dagger. Can you recommend a build, please? Yeah, if you want to play Greatsword Dagger, I don't know if did it? Yeah, if you want to play Greatsword Dagger, the one on Maxwell is pretty good. I think that's the one that there's a lot of people looked over that one as well from KR. So you can look at that one. That'll be good. Besides that, I don't really know other people who have a Greatsword Dagger build. You can maybe ask Joey. Joey might have his, and you can compare the two and see which one you like better. But I haven't done that myself to compare them. But I know both Joey and the one at Maxwell are good, so you can compare the two and see which one you like better, mix and match, and sort of create your own based off those as like templates. Which stat can you think is more? Oh, which stat do I think is more important? Max mana or mana regen? I think mana regen is more important. If you think, I know a lot of people get tricked by thinking that the Noble Revival is going to give them a lot of extra healing. It won't. Like the base Noble Revival with your normal amount of max mana is a nice increase, but getting just another 1,000, right, to get 3% more skill heal is not a big increase at all. So people just shouldn't get confused by that. It's not even like by hundreds. It's like by less than, like, depending on the heal you use, it's by less than like 50. If it's like a swift heal, it's like by like maybe 100 something, depending on how high your base damage is. But it's not a lot, so people shouldn't get fooled by it. And that's mainly the case when your your healing starts to get up there, right? Like over 50% and stuff like that. Like the scaling is not like 1-to-1. Yeah, I'm streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. That's why there's like some questions I'm reading, and you're probably wondering like, where's that question coming from? I don't see that. It's just on the other streaming service. Hey Adam, how's it going? Eli, I'm following your full hit support build. Is it possible to drop the bow for SNS for the same gear? Yep, you can do that, Nivium. It's perfectly fine. They both run endurance builds pretty well. Highlight, should my static healer bring fighting spirit plus enchant time? Your shut up, Lark. You just that's Lark. Yeah, Lark, your healer can. Lark is in my static. He wants me to run fighting spirit more. I run enchanting time obviously, but I could run fighting spirit because I can trust that I can keep people alive, hopefully without blessed barrier. But normally I would be a supporter of blessed barrier, just because you never know when someone's gonna need it. It can really save lives, as a lot of people in here probably know. Lark is also not a healer, he's a DPS. So yeah. But I'll run it for you. Like, you can get a fighting spirit. Just if I die because no one healed for me and blessed barrier could have saved me, I am taking it off my bar immediately, and you're not getting fighting spirit anymore. That's the warning. Let's see. Where's large question? Can you recommend good nameplate options? Like, you have how do I get just guild icons above everyone's head when I do mass PvP? I see all my guild names and stuff, can't see what's going on. Yeah, you do that under settings. So if you go to settings, like this, settings, gameplay, character, or sorry, not character. Is it character? Yeah, it is character. Go under show character name, Titus, and then you can start turning on and off people's names or guild marks and stuff like that. So that's how you do that. Apparently there's...
Don't run when it's raining. It's slippery.
There's PvP at Mushroom. Go check. Oh, there's PvP at Mushroom. Wait, what the heck? Why are they doing so much damage? Oh, they frozen. Wait, we might have too many people here. Actually, I don't know how many they have to begin with. Oh, there's a lot of them, obviously. There's more down here. Oh, there is a lot. Okay. Oh, it ended? Oh, I guess I was late. Okay, let me rechat. Oh, Adam, if you missed my explanation, it's the masteries of the weapon. The masteries of your weapon will always belong, or always apply to the weapon they belong to. So for that reason, you keep the weapon out that gives you the best defensive masteries. Shut up, Kiki. I'm gonna ban you. Kiki's a guildie. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Fantastic. Appreciate that. Fantastic. I think I said fantastic. Hila, I'm now using Greatsword and Wand. I need you to make a build on Maxwell or something. I need to know what you would be. Hey, Dragon. I feel like I did that. No, I made a T2 of something else that someone was asking. Yeah, I can return to that. I think I was supposed to do that a while ago too, and it's just been on the back burner. Yeah. I'll make a quest log first before I make I'll make it like a something on a gear builder. The Maxwell stuff would come later, but the gear builder will come first. The Wand Greatsword is more like common in T2. I mean, I think that's mainly because it became an off meta in T2, and then it sort of became like a meta, quote unquote, in T2 as well. But no, fair enough. I can put some stuff together for sure. Let me see some arena gameplay. Yeah, I can maybe go into arenas after. I was gonna do some dungeons because I don't know how much time I'm gonna be able to play over the weekend, so I just wanted to make sure my dungeon tokens like overstack and stuff like that. At this moment, my melee evasion is only 1200. Should I just stop pursuing evasion and gradually switch to endurance instead? If it's at 1200, you're already like, it seems like you're pretty invested already, Arenian. So I'd just keep investing in it if you're already at 1200 and get it to 1700 because that's the breakpoint you want it to be at. Because for endurance to work, you need to fully trait the endurance. Like you need the 800 plus, right? So that's gonna take long unless you have a lot of lucent. What do you recommend on blue gloves on blue wand? Because on a guide it was green and transitioned to purple. Or are you talking about the PvE guide, Daniel Delgado? For the PvE guide, you can continue using the green gloves that you have, or you can just use any blue gloves that have like wisdom or dex on it. There's a lot of them, and I would just get the ones that come from like the dungeons that you're gonna be doing a lot of, like so you're gonna be doing a lot of cave, right? And you're gonna be doing a lot of tyrants as well. So like, from cave. You could just enhance. I wouldn't say trait. You can enhance these gloves for the crit, but more slow. You could probably, when you eventually get around to doing, I think it's actually, look in the alternatives. I put this here. When you eventually get around to doing butchers, you can use the permafrost gloves before you get the purple ascended gloves. The thing about the purple ascended gloves though is once you get those right from the dungeon, and then you also get the ascended boots, just use them already. You don't need to trait those up. You just need to enhance them. So just use them right already. And you'll get the cooldown speed bonus, which is what you want, and you'll benefit from it regardless. Because it's PvE. You don't need to full trade stuff in PvE to use them. It's like more of a PvP thing. What do you recommend? Oh, sorry. Does hit chance matter as a healer? Some say perception, others say dexterity, which is it? Yeah, hit chance matters if you run offensive abilities average. All right, thanks for the advice, Chris. Yeah, no worries. I'm more confused on what to focus more evasion endurance. For a great sword dagger, you focus on evasion because you're running dagger, so you want to do melee range evasion. Oh, sorry, range of magic evasion. For great sword daggers, that's gonna help you in small scale arenas where you excel a lot. GVG is one dagger, really only good in bomb squad as the healer. Ooh. Alright, thanks for the fight. And GVG dagger is really only good in bomb squad as a healer. No, we use wand daggers in our frontline group actually. Danky. We only have like, if Rylock's here, he can clarify. But we only have like, I think like 8 wand dagger players. Of those 8, 4 of them are bombing, and the other 4 are in like standard groups. What is a good number for mana regeneration? Mana regen, you just need it at 620 base Wartoski. Do you know the drop rates on purple items feels very low, around 15? I don't know the drop rates, but you can see the drop rates in the game. It tells you. Go co-op dungeon, you click this percent icon right here in the corner of a dungeon. It gives you the drop rates of all the pieces. So you can see them here. Haley, do you know if I have 2 different equipment sets for PvE and PvE? I do, Yoshi. I do have 2 different for PvP and PvE. My PvE set's not leveled, but I can show you like what I have from it so far. In KR, is there a lot of sword wand users that go full heal instead of tank? I heard that, yeah, there's a lot of KR, there are healers in KR that go wand SNS. There was a whole meta at one point when, before specializations, there was a point where it was like mandatory for healers to run, wand SNS. Just because it was like so hard for everyone to survive, but then specializations like fixed everything. But yeah, this is the stuff I have for my PvE gear right now. I have my helmet, my bow, my gloves, and my chest. I'm missing my boots and my pants that I want to run, but I just keep them in there because I don't have the stones to level it up and stuff like that. In KR, is there a lot of... Oh, I already read that. Is side sniping always better than Zephyr for DPS? Yes, the side sniping is always better. Especially, it gives you a crit buff as well that will boost your strafing as well. That does multiple hits and more than Zephyr's knock, and it does more than Zephyr's knock as well. So you're on game build for PvP for Bond. Can you explain to me why you choose it? Like, what stats are you really looking for? Are you maxing? I know a lot. I'm asking, but you brief it. Yeah, no worries, Endless. The endgame PvP build for Bond, can you explain to me why you chose it? If you mean like the stats for your endgame PvP build, you're going for certain stat bonuses, right? So you're going for 50, 60, 70 stat bonus. 30 dex is good for a longbow because it synergizes with your sniper sense passive that also increases your crit chance. So together you can reach 1000 crit chance very easily for crit healing. Perception 40, 50 is really good. I don't have it right now because if you look at my bar, I don't have any sort of like offensive ability. The only thing that's like quote unquote offensive is Deadly Marker and Flash Wave, but I use Flash Wave as a heal because it's a heal. And Deadly Marker lands a lot because I'm pretty sure it follows a different hit rule for some odd reason. Because Deadly Marker just lands a lot. But I also target it on people who likely don't run range evasion. So like once you learn who doesn't run range evasion, you know exactly who to use Deadly Marker on, and it's going to be likely to land. It's the same thing for any magic ability. Like once you learn or understand who doesn't run magic evasion, it's so easy to land your sleeps and all your stuff like that, right? Are you getting something for PvP or just for fun? Yeah, usually PvP for fun. If that's what you meant. Yeah, I went for the PvP build and stuff on it, but I started PvP my guild. Should I change some pieces for you? You definitely should, because you're gonna be super squishy with the PvE builds, Adam. Eli, how come your HP is kind of low? And at 8k. My HP's not 8k. Oh, when you go into those lower level events ball, they balance your stats. That's why I dropped like that. What should I focus on to improve my raw healing amount? Would full epic gear give the biggest improvement? The biggest improvement will come from +9 your epic weapons. So getting epic weapons and getting them to +9. Another thing that will really improve them is any pieces that give you stats on them, or not. No, not really. That's not like really a big improvement. But yes, it's getting your weapons to +9 is gonna be the biggest improvement. Getting your critical hit chance if you're like a longbow healer will be easy. You can reach like close to 1000, so you'll crit heal more. For one staff it's harder to do that, but in T2 it gets easier. But you at least have skill damage boost to boost your healing by quite a bit, so that's good. So it's like the compensation, or like that's what you compensate. You compensate the crit for more survivability. And what do you call it? Yeah, and then besides that, it's really just weaving, like knowing how to play off of your passives, like knowing how to stack yourself with souls to 5 and using your bigger heals very easily. Paying attention to your Saints ult stacks as well if you want to deliver a big heal. Using Blessed Barrier to boost your healing if necessary, because it's not usually not necessary, so I wouldn't do it just to increase your blessed increase your healing. And that I don't mean like using Blessed Barrier on yourself to increase the healing on other people. I mean using Blessed Barrier on someone else to increase the healing you provide them, because that's what it does. But normally that's not necessary. But yeah, those are some ways you can increase healing by a lot. Do you think going magic range evasion on staff wand in T1 is viable? Yeah, no, it definitely is. You can go magic range evasion on staff wand, Cynical. Yeah, I've been using your staff wand build and love it. The only thing I'm trying to adapt with this arena, if Q versus high magic damage, it hurts. Yeah, I think my advice there, Big Steph, is to duel like more mages, and you'll learn how to like block their skills or like their important skills quite often. But yeah, so like what I did when I was like learning like how to play against mages, like you can all see from my videos, like oftentimes I'm like targeted by even like 2 to 3 mages, and I'm like tanking their damage because I'm knowing what to block, but also knowing how to use skills as well to just out heal them or just reduce their damage by a lot. So you'll learn how to do that while also healing up your party over time. Another thing, if you're talking about arenas specifically, because you're talking about arenas. Another thing you could do as well, especially if it comes to the mana burn, because the only way to stop a mana burn, like there's no way to stop mana burn, right? But like actually like canceling the mana burn. The only way to stop it, technically it is canceling, but the only way to stop it is by CCing the person mana burning you. So you sleep them, you snare them and outrange them, or set them up to be killed by your allies, or you make sure that your teammates are focusing that staff player who's mana burning you. That's the thing that I feel like is the scariest of a staff person. Like the damage from a mage should not be scary to us healers. The damage from the mage can do nothing because we can just out heal it or just block it, right? What's scary from a healer is when they burn your mana, because they can take 2k away from your mana with one skill. And if you have 2 mages using both that same ability with the same specialization, that's 4k of your mana gone. Like that's the scariest thing that a mage can do to you. So you want to stop that. And the stopping it is by CCing them. And mostly you're relying on party members to CC them. But yeah, that's like the scariest thing from a mage, in my opinion. I think we're gonna do more dungeons, right? Possibly, maybe yes, maybe no. What are we doing here? Alright, for what? Oh, wrong dungeon, wrong dungeon. Oh wait, okay, Loki's logged out, so I guess never mind. I can just continue talking to you guys. Hey, I saw that in one of your videos you have like 5 equipment slots. Spree says, how can... Oh, that's on KR, Sandy. That was a KR video. On KR, you have 6. On NA, we don't. But I have a suspicion that NA is going to give us like even more than 6 equipment slots. So we just have to wait for that. No worries, Dragon. Yeah, Drake, I just did a dungeon, but I'll try to get into another one. My friend just logged out, so I'm just going to send him a DM and see where he's at. Should I be putting evasion traits on my gear or endurance for the greatsword wand? Do endurance, Dragon. Hola, saludos. Desde Endurance. Oh, no, you didn't say that. Desde Argentina. Hey, Matthias, how's it going? So for bow wand, should I go evasion or endurance? For bow wand, you can go evasion or endurance. I personally play melee evasion range endurance, because I play a lot more small skill stuff in the game when it comes to PvP. Yeah, I know evasion traits are pretty expensive, but the melee evasion trait is what you want, which I think is actually the most expensive evasion trait. But yeah, I do melee evasion range endurance. I like that a lot. Newer players tend to also like that a lot as they learn the game. Yeah. After getting enough evasion for staff 1, what should be prioritized after that? Health, skill damage resistance, or offensive stats? I do health. Is that one of your options? Yeah, I do health. I assume you're talking about which traits to prioritize. Do health, get to like 15, 16k. Once you do that, you can switch to your skill damage resistance traits, because those are also super important. On PvE, I got already Bracer Primal King with skill damage resistance. It's fine to use it already. Enhance it. I got Green Bracer. Yeah, you can use it. You can use it and enhance it. Any good T2 dungeon guides out there? Yeah, there's a lot of T2 dungeon guides. Mashroll has some T2 dungeon guides, but there's already a ton on YouTube, SKD. There's a ton of YouTube T2 dungeon guides on, or there's a ton of T2 dungeon guides on YouTube. I'm gonna join comms with my friend here. I just got heroic armor with melee evasion. Do you think it's necessary to try and farm Phantom Wolf? Are you talking about PvE, Missiano? If you're talking about PvE, you do not need Phantom Wolf chest anymore. I changed that, actually. If you got the melee evasion on the heroic armor, you can use that for PvP if you're going to play that. If not, you can sell that for a lot of... I think you can sell it for Lucent still. But let me see... Heroic... Alright. Heroic. Melee evasion... Oh, it doesn't really sell for a lot. Just keep it. If you got it, just keep it and use it for yourself. Do you think magic range evasion on staff 1 T1 is viable? Yes, I do, Cynical. Hello, how do you feel in building endurance set of evasion during T1 gear, and how much evasion endurance do you think is needed for each damage type to be effective? Yeah, T1 endurance is fine. Just keep in mind you want around, if you're playing one Lombo, you want around, I guess before any sort of endurance buff, get like 1.1k melee endurance, 800 range endurance, and 800 magic endurance. So do you think SNS1 is just as good as now as a main healer, or do you think it's not as good but still popular? SNS1 now is still a really good main healer. Bo1 will always be the best healer when it comes to throughput, because it just has more healing abilities than any other healing build in the game. But SNS1, for what they do, is still a really strong healer. And what they do is they obviously, besides healing, they buff their group with skill damage boost buff. They also have a really good health shield they can apply to an ally, which helps for survivability. They can also peel really well, and they can CC and all that stuff. So they're really strong build still. Do you have a PvP build I can look for at Wowan? Yeah, I do, Pope J. If you do !point builds, it will a link for the build should pop up. Eva or endurance for tank build. For tank builds, I do endurance first for large skill. You'll probably find a lot more. what do you call it? You'll probably experience large scale spices specifically a lot better with that. Is it worth to use Abyss currency to get Greaves of the Infernal Herald or Shock Commander chest? Uh-oh. That was fast. Hold on. Is it worth to use Abyss currency to get Greaves of the Infernal Herald or Shock Commander chest? You can get both. If Shock Commander chest is part of your build, then I'd get that because that's a really good chest with great stats. Hey Testo. Hey Alwine. What is better for PP as a healer, endurance or evasion? It depends what you're running. If you're running one longbow, one staff, you can run melee evasion range endurance build and it's really good. If you're running like an SNS, you can run just full endurance and that's fine. If you're running daggers, just magic evasion, range evasion is really good. Thank you. Hi, follow your PvP build one stat, but I am scared I will be useless in PvP. No. You will sort of. You can play smart in large scale alto. You can probably get away with it. Just stay in the back and watch your positioning. You can probably just heal fine. You're just obviously super squishy, but as long as no one touches you, you're fine. And in large scale, that's very possible with like, you know, 60 plus of your guildies around you. So you can probably get away with it. It's just not the best idea. Yeah, thank you so much for all your videos and build guys. It has helped me so much. I hope you... Yeah, no worries, Anthony. You know, I appreciate that. How do you join the Discord again? Where I put the code? You put in your Discord when you like click the plus button in your Discord. You can put in the healer's TNL code there. Thanks for commenting on Mana Burn. Yeah, no worries. I'm playing Sap 1. I was curious why no guys are still. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, Mana Burn is really good in arenas, in small scale fights. You can really, like, you know, you can really counter a healer or anyone, like, really, because everyone depends on mana. Like, the Mana Burn skill is really strong. Do I have alts? I do have an alt, but I haven't put much attention into the alt. I followed the master guide for happiest day ever. Codex in your police, but can find the paper. Did the location change? I don't think the location changed. I don't remember that codex either. Alam. Sorry about that. But if you click the Discord button on that the person who created that article and add them in the Discord, and they should be able to clarify if it changed or not. I think it's Yane. Yane should be the person. Hi, could you link me your bow and your wand to see the lines, please? Can I link you my bow and wand to see my lines on my bow and wand? Oh, like just show it on the stream? Yeah, like this is... I have crit chance and max health on both my weapons right now. I'm sure this has been asked a million times already, but would you say evasion is better in small scale arena and endurance in ZVZ? Yes, I would say that, Emery. One is strictly better than the other. Melee evasion rangers is definitely better for like longbow staff players in small scale and arena. When it comes for full endurance builds, they tend to be very strong in like large scale. Yeah, like those are like the main difference between the two. And that's mainly because in small scale and arenas, obviously, like, you know, melee, especially greatsword daggers, can like bully you and target you a lot more. So in order to defend against them without being permanently CC'd and unable to play and then eventually die because you're locked in a perma CC combo, melee evasion helps you a ton. Oh, hold on. My friend made a voice channel, so I'm just gonna join it. Where do you make it? Oh, it's here. Yo. Hi, could you link me? Oh, I just said that. On EU, melee evasion is kind of cheap compared to others. Oh, that's funny, Sonnen. Can you explain why endurance? Yeah, if you play endurance dragon, endurance just reduces the chances of someone landing a critical hit on you. So that's one part of endurance. But endurance has two parts, which what people don't really know or forget about. So besides endurance reducing the chance of someone landing a critical chance on you, if you have more endurance than someone else's critical hit, there's also the chance of inflicting glancing. And what glancing does is that it forces the attack to always be a minimum, be multiplied by the minimum base damage of a weapon, right? So like that's sort of what that's your goal. You can't obviously do that very easily in T1, but in T2, it becomes a little bit easier for like range endurance specifically. But yeah, so that's essentially in a nutshell what endurance is. It's glancing and also reducing the chances of critical hits. Hi, could you link me your bow and your wand to see the lines, please? Oh, I think I already did it, Bandito. Also, you mentioned in video a build that's HP high cooldown. Is that still viable? Not really in PvP, Emery. That's more like PvE. I'm sorry I asked this earlier and didn't get an answer, but do you have a PvP build on your YouTube or somewhere? I don't have a video on my YouTube, Pope J. I just have the max roll guides if you do exclamation point builds. I've been meaning to make a video that goes with the guides. I just haven't really gotten to it. The streams sort of are like, and also the streams sort of act like those like the explanation video for the guides, but obviously they're just a long stream. So I'm gonna look to just making a short video for the guides, Pope J. What are your thoughts on Staff Wand? I like Staff Wand. Staff Wand was my second main on KR. I played it a lot. But I had a lot of fun. I had more fun with Staff Wand though in T2, if I'm being honest, than in T1. Done all contracts weekly and those T and dailies. Can't play right on PvP. No people answer because of you. Yeah, mentally, if that's your experience right now, then I'd make if you have like nothing to do because there's no PvP on your server right now, I'd work on an alt. If that was the case, or change servers, just so you have some fun things to do during the the server events, right? Could you show me your current build, please? Yeah, I could just put it up on the screen. Hey P, what's up? Healer on your oh, you want to swap to? Oh, it already is. Healer on your guide, defining different types of healers. You wrote outdated. What changed? Oh, I said outdated, Ghoster, because I made an updated max roll version of that guide that has like edited points and it's more polished and stuff like that. So if you do exclamation point healer overview, or sorry, that you're on YouTube, so I don't think the bot's working there, annoyingly. So let's see if I can link it to you. Here, I just put it in the YouTube chat. If you look at that article that I recently put out, it's a more updated version of that healer overview of all the metas, healer metas. I don't know what settings you have on, but for some reason your game looks the best to me. Everyone else has a slightly cloudy effect. Oh yeah, not sure why. I'm not sure. I do have a settings video on YouTube. Those are the exact settings I'm running. Why switch Night Slayer with Supreme Devotion Cape? Yeah, I swapped Night Slayer to Supreme Devotion Cape because it just helps with mana regen. That was pretty much the main reason why. And you don't really need Night Slayer Cloak. That's just... Night Slayer Cloak was nice if you wanted to like stack melee evasion like, you know, higher. But you don't necessarily need to. 1.7k is like what you need right now. So I swapped it to Supreme Devotion Cape. No, I'm not endurance right now, Death Freeze. I am melee evasion, range endurance. So I'm both evasion and endurance. Melee evasion because you can reach the 1.7k melee evasion breakpoint, and then range endurance because it's just better on longbow, but also you can't reach the range evasion breakpoint as a longbow player. I'm in Ethereum Death. Check out my longbow. The only thing I currently killing me is a mage, so I need to learn the matchup. Yeah, for sure. Is there an endgame version of the BB gear in your guide? Yeah, there is an endgame version done Huck in the guide. Do you think SNS bomb melee will really be strong now to counter crossbow bombers? They are the biggest threat right now. I feel like decked out. You don't have to worry too much about Expo dagger bombers, Denki, because when people get, like, you'll probably notice it once you get more gear as well. Expo dagger bombers aren't scary when you get gear. Like, they don't do as much damage. And even if you do, there's easy ways to counter them. You can just bury yourself and you shouldn't die at all. You can pop, like, you know, your healing touch into Nature's Blessing heal. You won't die at all. Even just popping Swift heals on yourself, you won't die at all. They're only scary when you don't have much gear, right? That's the only time they're scary, which is reasonable. But when you get your gear, and I'm talking about traits specifically, they're not scary at all. And you'll learn that, and you'll find that. Even in like my recent videos, you can see me getting like jumped by a lot of people, including like, you know, Expo daggers, and like I just use my skills to survive. Or a lot of times I'm just not even taking much damage from a lot of them. And I don't have crazy gear. And I say that in the sense that, like, you know, I don't have like my accessories. I'm still using one of the story bracelets and like these blue accessories. None of these things are traded fully or anything like that, right? So like everyone can get here in a reasonable like amount of time as well. Like I started on early servers, right? So I might be ahead of some folks who start on October 1st, but yeah, they're not like that scary when you get gear. Thanks for subscribing, Bear. I appreciate that, and thanks for being here as well. How to see builds? Yeah. The bot's not working, Gaz, but I'll link some of the builds in the YouTube chat. And if you go to just builds on that website, you can find the rest of my builds for Wand Staff and Wand Longbow. I got a brace around the cave dungeon. God skills doing a question. It is good to equip that already. Yes, Echo, Mushi. It is good to equip that for sure. Do you have a quest log for SNS Wand Mailer? I don't have a quest log, thank you for that. You can use the max roll one though. I looked over that one and that one's not bad. You can use that. I don't know if Max Roll has a magic evasion, range evasion build. But most people just run endurances for Wand SNS. No worries, Jay. Do you think they should cap the number of allies a guild can have? I do. I think they should reduce the number of allies that a guild should have to 2. I don't think it makes sense to allow allies to be up to 4 guilds. I think that's too much. I think 2 guilds makes more sense. Who do you think is more useful on a large scale? Dagger, wand? Well, I think 4 guilds make sense. If there was such thing, like if anyone played Guild Wars 2 here, if there was such thing as like a world versus world, that's where the mass guilds make sense to me, because this would be a server versus server. When it's like internal, like just within a server, I think 2 guilds makes the most sense, capping it there rather than 4. I think 4 is too much. Who do you think is more useful on a large scale? Dagger or Dagger Wand or Wand Bow? I think in large scale they're both very useful. Dagger Wand does a lot of the backdoor and stealth sleeps, which set up huge plays for your raid to kill like your enemy and to even win fights. Like Wand Daggers can win fights for you because of their sleep bombs. They also have really great boost heals. How do you say that? You're not looking at me. You're not next to me, Loki. This guy's lost. My guildmate thought I left the guild, but he's not even looking at me. He's looking at some other person. Do you have a quest log for? Sorry. Do you think you should get some? But yeah, so Wand Dagger is super useful. Wand Bow is obviously useful for the fact that they're just have the most heals and they're crazy with their healing output. So they have their own sort of use. A little bit of using strength gear for surviving small scale PvP. Yes. Strength gear fully? No. You should be using an assortment of gear that gives you the best balance of stats that you need for PvP, depending on your build reign. I wouldn't use a 4-piece Shock Commander set unless you're maybe running Wand SNS. I can see where that makes sense. But if you just want to run Shock Commander set for like a Wand Staff or a Wand Longbow, it doesn't make that much sense. Who do you get the notification if you are someone's focus? If someone's focusing you, I don't think there's a notification for that, Sonnen. Oh, if you mean like feuding and stuff like that, you don't get a notification if someone feuded you. You get notifications if your feud target logs in though, like if you feud someone else. And you can set up those notifications under gameplay and just go to I think it's content. Is it content? Oh no, it's under notifications. Just this whole section. You can set up notifications. I'm saving my melee evasion on store, same as you have PvE gear, but I'm wondering if it's okay to never point PvE gear anyways. Yeah, you don't need PvE gear, Nivram. You can just use PvP gear for PvE. So I'm confused. So I'm playing small scale PvE in arenas, grace I want, so I want evasion build instead. No, Dragon. If you are, if you're just playing arena and small scale PvP as Greatsword Wand, then yeah, you can build melee evasion, range endurance. Currently 3200 CP. Range endurance, by the way. Oh, congrats, Nibium. That's really good. For Staff Wand, do you think it's worth stacking? You know what? I actually have to go to this boss. Almost forgot. How strong do you think it's worth stacking silence stun resistance on cloak belt bracelet, or is it not really worth it once we can reach a high value? Yeah, it's not really worth to stack silence stun roots, or sorry, silence resistance for sure, Annual. When it comes to stun resistance, I don't think it's gonna be worth it, and also it's gonna be hard because I don't think you can build stun resistance that high right now. Collision resistance probably makes a lot of sense for anyone to run if you wanted to run some sort of resistance. Collision resistance affects knockdowns, knockups, and knockbacks, so that includes obviously tornado, but also the great sword's knockdown abilities, which are very that lead to, like, you know, really swift deaths because there's nothing that can cleanse a knockdown or help you while you're knocked down. But besides that, you don't need silence resistance because your passive already works really well to counter that. With debuff duration, you can bring silence resist or silences down to like 1.4, 1.5 seconds, so you really don't need it. And stun resistance, like, I would just go with stacking debuff duration because there's a lot more synergy with that with your kit. Hi, does PvP crit chance food apply to heals? Yes, it. Oh, PvP crit chance? No, it does not. PvP crit chance food is just for damage. You need all crit chance. All crit chance will apply to your heals. Hello, my fountain key place at lock on target. How to fix? I turn on skill aim at lock on target, but nothing changed. Yeah, you have to. It's in my latest setting videos, Zuzi. If you follow that, it should fix it. But under settings, go to gameplay, go to controls. Yeah, my comms are live. Everyone's hearing you right now. No, I'm joking. Oh, who? Loki says hello to the Mac Panther, whoever you are. You can type something in chat if you want to reveal yourself to the people. But yeah, sorry. So if you go to down here, turn all these off and just keep toggle aim skills on. Because you have one of these. You probably have snap on turn. Like, you have probably this on or this on. Turn these off. Turn this on. I'm playing small scale. Oh, thanks, Saber. Appreciate that. How's it going, Saber? And thank you. Yeah, I haven't streamed in like a week, so happy to be streaming again. Hey, Dank. Thanks for the raid. Wait, you're getting off stream, Dank? That's early for you. Hello, everyone from Dank Stream. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, Golden, I can do a dungeon after or later on. I just did one. I also have I have a recent video that I posted on my YouTube, Goldwyn, of me doing a dungeon with like even less gear than I have right now. So you can, with the same skill build though, if you wanted to see that. Yeah, I'm streaming both on YouTube and Twitch, Death. Is Twitch 10 minutes behind, or is this me catching up on chat? Yo, yo. Oh, you hit 100k, Dank? What'd you hit? 100k followers? Or 100k viewers? You've been live for 17 hours? What the hell? Okay, that's why you turned off your stream earlier. Because I was like, this is pretty early for Dank to end his stream. It's confused. Oh, thanks for gifting the subs. Go away. Really nice of you. Whoever got the subs, congratulations. it's gonna die soon. You're tired. Yeah, I bet you're tired. 17 hours of streaming. You have to be tired. No way. Oh no. Fine, translucent now though when I wake some. Wait, are you on did you get locked on Chernobog Dank or were you able to transfer over? I think I might be healing on Chernobog as well. So we'll see. Oh, I might join you on Cherno soon. Maybe I don't know which group I'm gonna be healing, but I'm definitely gonna be healing on Cherno. So I'm excited for that because Laslin right now is not. Wait, what server is this again? Amos right now is not fun. Everyone left Amos except for Excelsior, but Excelsior doesn't really fight. Problem. So you're gonna see that, and then there's gonna be like 1,000 Celsius that pop out of nowhere, start fighting. Yeah, Excelsior max fights, but their other guilds don't. I don't think they really have other people in their other guilds. I mean, that's why they don't fight, or whatever's going on. But Excelsior max is like the only guild that you might see. But they don't really, like as you can see here, they don't really come to bosses anymore. Only the bunnies come out this guild, which is like Velocity. There's like other names for the bunnies, but you don't really sell Excelsior max that much. You see some of them, but you don't see them in like their full force. Despite having like a lot of guilds. I also realized that I have my my PvE build on. I'm distracted. Coming up with the boss side, but they're all on the east side. Probably gonna jump in. Now they're coming. Back your butt. Yeah. No PvP on Amos. When it comes to Liquirius versus Excavator 9 in PvP, oh, it's close. I like Excavator 9 as a wand longbow because I like the heal. The heal can heal up to 20k plus, very easily at endgame. Because the Excavator 9 heal is influenced by your every single wand passive, you know, max damage and all that stuff. Excavator wand is increased by it. So the heal can go up to 20k, and I like that because it's great for obvious reasons with such a big heal. The Aquarius wand is also really good though because obviously it helps with survivability and escaping and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't think either of the wands are bad. That's why I like to say when it comes to like a preference type of thing this game, that's probably the most genuine sort of choice that you can make between two weapons, because they're both really good weapons. It's just what do you like more, really. Sometimes it can come down to what helps you reach a certain amount of like a certain stat bonus, so you can base it off of that as well. But yeah, they're both really good ones. Yeah, we're split between servers right now, Dale. We're split between Chernobog and Amos. The two guilds on Chernobog they have a lot of PvP. Like their PvP lasts the whole duration of like the boss's spawn. So they have constant PvP. Amos, unfortunately, we just chose the wrong server. We thought there was gonna be a lot more PvP on the server, but the two guilds that came here, obviously we were wrong with the choice. So, but the two other guilds in Chernobog are having a lot of fun right now. Arc boss weapon leader, yes. I am not going to be using an arc boss weapon killouts because none of the arc boss weapons would benefit me in a significant way compared to it being placed on like another hero. Like the arc boss wand specifically benefits wand SNS the most, and then wand daggers. So like wand staff and wand longbow don't need an arc boss wand. So yeah, that's just specific about the wand. When it comes to the bow, sorry. When it comes to the bow, I don't need the arc boss bow either because the arc boss bow doesn't benefit me as a healer in terms of the skill on it. The stats are nice, but like obviously like my guild's not going to give me an arc boss bow because the stats are nice, right? Arc boss staff is like interesting on KR. Are we jumping into that? There's a one longbow down there. Oh, there's two. Right below us. GGBB. Oh. I'm coming. Oh, I see. You're quite spicy. He's on the ground. Is Spicy AFK? I think Spicy DC'd. Oh. Rest in peace, Spicy. Hey, you're still. RSD. Thanks for subscribing, Miss Mephiston. Appreciate that. Mephiston. There you go. I hope you're enjoying the stream. I'm gonna look at chat in just a second. I got pulled into this PvP. So I just want to make sure I'm paying attention. And the chat's not over my screen. But I think I'm okay now. So let's go back. I know there's like there's a bunch of messages that I missed earlier when Dank raided us. Let me scroll up and find that last message. Here we go. I'm just gonna go sit up here, and then I'm gonna just go back to the other messages or questions that I got that I didn't read. No worries, Testo. Is any of that T1 gear best for T2? No. When it comes to T2 armor, Ivan, or Ivan, when it comes to T2 armor, the T2 armor will be better than T1. There's not really any T1 gear that's better than T1 armor that's better than T2 armor, other than like maybe 2-piece Reapers, depending on what you're doing. Oh, it's up. Sorry. I thought it was down in the storage, so I jumped down. But there was a bunny there when I jumped off the cliff, by the way. Thought the chest was yeah, coming. No. I'm coming. Almost there. Few more steps. Almost. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Wait, the mob's in my way. Thank you. There are abyss tokens. Not worth it. I have 143 now. No, they didn't. Wait, can someone's bind them? Oh, never mind. Oh, they went in the cave? I think. Okay. Question: have full trait on my boot, for example. On range evasion max, but I want to switch to melee on same boot with full trait. Switch is level 2 or no. If you swap traits, Mezzy, you're gonna start again from 1. Hey, Jules. Oh, wait. No, they're fighting. Double check. Oh, Bruce is getting chased by 2. Oh. Oh, that's a lot. We should probably not. I mean, that was like a whole guild, and we're not gonna. No. We're 3 people right now. Do I use time for punishment skill damages on yourself or I use it on an ally deal. Allies will make more use out of it than I would with my heals. Why is it better than crit on bull? I use crit, Johnny. I have a note in my guide if you maybe missed it. I said if you run the full heal builds or full support builds, you can run crit as their trait instead of hit. Because you don't run any offensive ability, so you don't need hit to land anything. Because there's nothing to land. Those open world drops as slow and KR as well. Open world, as in like outside of an open world dungeon? Yes. Yeah. I don't know if I want fighting spirit in this outnumbered fight. Okay. Fine. I don't know what to take out for that. Not in combat. I really hate when they do that. If he's not in combat, I can't heal him. Even though he's in my alliance. That makes 0 sense. Heal this person. You can heal this person. I can't heal this person. That's cool. We're going to the docks? Yeah, I don't want to roll for the last bit. I get it. $99. Nope, I lost. Now I'm gonna go back. I think I may need to know the sensor. Answer to. Yeah, I messed up and transferred from blue to purple before fully trading my blue. Is it worth going backwards from blank slate level 1 towards blue? If you made that mistake, Jay, like, hold on, someone's dying. I wasn't there. If you made that mistake, Jay, I wouldn't try to start all over from blue. It's not going to be worth it. You already threw away your blue piece. Just go from the purple. Don't back, because if you try to backtrack again, if you try to backtrack, hold on. If you try to backtrack, you're just going to waste your time. So I wouldn't do that. Okay. Oh, shoot. Okay, no. Nope. Okay. Wait, what'd you say? Well, you pushed in there and I was cashing up. I wasn't even there yet. Do I know the resistance formula? There is a new test that was completed for chance of resistance. I'm still looking over it, but it makes sense from what we've been testing recently. So there's no formula to it yet. There's just actual like data points that are pretty good data points that can be shared. But yeah, I was gonna, once I get like a okay to share it, I was gonna put that in the healer Discord in like announcements or something. But I just don't want to share because I didn't complete the spreadsheet that I have now, or the screenshot of the spreadsheet I have now is not mine, so I don't want to share it without the person's permission. But it was just sent for me to look over to compare to our recent tests. But I'll ask if I can share it like tonight or tomorrow. Well, I'm gonna ask if I can share it after the stream, and then whenever they reply, which is either gonna be tonight or tomorrow, then I can share it with you guys too. Yeah, no worries, Roy. Hey, do you have a good healer build stuff? Yeah, if you go to my max roll angels, like exclamation point healer builds, or exclamation point builds, it should pop up my WhatsApp builds. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the chat now. that the PvP is done. Sorry for the wait, folks. I'll go back to chat and I'm gonna read all through the messages that I missed. Even from YouTube. Just a second. Sorry about that. Oh, is there still PvP in here? I didn't know there was PvP in here. That's weird. How much longer is... Okay, there we go. Now it's peace. Okay. Now I'm going to look at chat safely. No, still peace. Alright. Conflict. I wasn't paying attention. Hey, I'm running the full support setup for large scale while healing cannons full. Is that the last message? Where can I find your HUD? Oh, if you joined the healer Discord, Sonnen, go exclamation point healer Discord. You can find my HUD. It's in announcements and it's pinned, the most recent message. Your team doesn't die either. My team was getting melted. No, my team doesn't die. My static at least doesn't die. Hey, I'm running the full support setup for large scale while healing cannons full SNS Great Star Party, and I was messing around with not ready to sleep. I was on subsides NATO. It's time for Punishworth, or is there something else I could run instead? Yes, you already. If you want to run something that's like a little bit more support focused and stuff like that, you can run like what I run in PvP. I usually have Tornado in here instead of Deadly Marker. Deadly Marker is like more small scale. But you can sort of run what I run. I like it a lot better. I like the whole full support healing sort of skill build. It's similar to what I normally would play in other games as like a cleric or, you know, any of those other more dedicated healer type of classes in traditional MMOs. But you'll find that you'll be able to keep your party up like very well, especially if you use Purifying Touch properly. You'll like it a lot. Even if it's not fully traded yet, the Epic Bracer PV. Yes, even if it's not fully traded, Mushi. Also for large scale, I'm 70, 30, 15, 40. 40 for stats. Is there another ratio I should do? No, that ratio is good. Shiori, that's the same ratio I would play. Shiori. Do you use a T2 Arc Boss weapon on KR server as a healer? Is a yes. The T2 Arc Boss weapon on KR, the most recent one, the Cordy Wand, Callisto. The Cordy Wand is what is a really good. It's probably the best healer Arc Boss weapon. It's actually healer's focus, and Wand Lombos can use it the best because they can reset the skill that the Arc Boss weapon synergizes with to proc the Arc Boss skill effect twice. Should I auction out my universal banner or just use it? I would use. Oh, I would auction it. You don't really need it. Like if you're Wand Lombo or Wand Staff, you don't really need the universal band to reach a bonus. I would sell it for Lucent right now. As soft one, as long as it's still over like 10-15k Lucent, because it's probably gonna drop lower. As soft one, I'm changing my build PvE to PvP. Can I keep some pieces? I build your max roll self found PvE build. I'm just gonna make sure I'm not lagging. I'm not lagging, right? I'm good. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully I'm not lagging. As Saffron, I'm changing my build PvE to PvE. Can I keep some pieces? Build your master self found PvE build. I don't know if a lot of pieces are transferable, Adam. Unfortunately. I think the accessories, yes, a lot of them are transferable, but I think for the armor, no. Do you notice differences against anti-healing abilities? Yes. If someone uses a 60% anti-healing ability on me, Ghoster, I notice a huge difference. Like it's like it's pretty much like your devotion heal is gone. Or your devotion passive is gone, but like ×2. What is your plan for T2 gearing in terms of stats? In terms of stats, you can reach a lot more bonuses in T2 gear, Edu. So you can do like 70 strength, 50 wisdom, and 30 dex. That's probably what I'm gonna go for, and 40 perception. So you can do something like that. That's probably what I'm gonna go for. Why is hit better than crit on bow and wand? I only use flash wave and tornado. Oh, I already answered that, Jotty. I think you're here when I answered it. Morning, Ben. Is it worth to play collision resistance for wand bow? You can play collision resistance on wand bow. Is it worth it? You can find worth in it. Is it necessary if you run melee evasion already? I'll say no, because that's where you'll get the most use out of the collision resistance in resisting the knockdowns and knockbacks from, you know, SNS and greatswords. But if you have high melee evasion already, I don't think I don't think it's necessary, and you might as well just run debuff duration. But you can, and it could be really like the ultimate way to really annoy any melee in this game, or greatsword in SNS in this game. Yes, I have a Discord outline. If you do, the code for it is healers TNL. Healers TNL. A quick. Yeah, should it lock on target, Zuzi? Are you playing on controller, Zuzi? Because I know some people who play on controller experience some lock on issues like that. Yeah, no worries, Panther. Yeah, to watch this. Oh, sorry, guys, man. Okay. Thank you for following. Thank you so much for the new subscriber. Yeah, no worries. Thanks, Goldman. 100k Lucent. Oh, you hit 100k Lucent. Okay, I'm gonna message Dank later. I missed those messages. I tried to use Nature Blessing, Blitz to Nature's Blessing, but it seemed that combo doesn't work anymore, Dale. The Nature's Blessing, Blitz to Nature's Blessing doesn't work anymore. It has to be someone else's Nature's Blessing. But yeah. I can find this from Lucy. No. Thank you for following. Is this a guild boss? Yeah, that was a guild boss. Oh no, what you were seeing before? No, that was a peace boss. Why is it better than crit on? Oh, I already answered it. Didn't really think you're following. Yeah, Conrado, I'm using that. I'm using hybrid melee evasion, range endurance. If I'm working on one gear set at a time, is it better for me to work on a PvP set and use that for everything, or should I go PvP first? Use PvP set and use that for everything if you're going to be PvPing. My PC doesn't perform too well with this game. However, I have a PS5. We'll be able to play with mouse keyboard on it. Thanks. Yeah, no worries, Della. I might be getting bored of just one bow. Will staff bow or wand staff be any more better fun? If you want to have, if you're getting bored in dungeons, staff bow will probably be a lot of fun. Just seeing all those high numbers and just spamming skills and stuff like that. I feel like stream is kind of fucked up because early access servers are kind of dead compared to. I know. I also noticed that crypto. Actually, I'm gonna probably make a character on a free-to-play server and join a guild there. I don't know where I'm gonna go yet. But I'm probably gonna play like a free-to-play server because I noticed, like I have a few friends or people I know who are playing on free-to-play servers, and they say that there's just constant PvP and it's a lot of fun. And I think that makes sense because free-to-play servers has a lot more of the people who are new to the game. Like, you know, it's not like the vets rolling on early access servers and blah, blah, blah. Like, you just have people who are just legitimately new to the game having a lot of fun and everyone's learning the game together. So it's probably a lot more enjoyable because it's probably a lot more balanced when it comes to the knowledge in the game and in PvP and PvE. So I can see those servers being really healthy and active. And that's why I was thinking of making a character on a free-to-play server. I just don't know where I'll go yet. But I'll probably just choose one at random. Yeah, if you want my HUD layout, it's in my Discord pinned in announcements. If I have full trade on my boot, for example. Oh, I already answered that one. Hey, any comments on the queries? Oh, I already answered that one. Nice, I'm catching up. Looks like you guys have no competition server, at least on field bosses. Yeah, not really. On nighttime PvP, there's usually good small scale stuff, but on bosses, no. Eli, will you be able to using an arc boss weapon later? If yes, why are you using it? Oh, I already answered that, Kellogg's. No arc boss for me. The latest Talendir arc boss weapon, yes, the Cordy wand only. Eurostone fight was great though. Oh, the one on YouTube, yeah, that was a fun Eurostone fight. I didn't know I can get up to 20k heals. Yeah, it definitely can. Longbow wand is Humo P more than on Korea. I remember talking with you on Discord about the build. Now it's fucking meta. Yeah, RST. It's come a long way. I played Longbow wand when it wasn't meta at the start of the game. Now just like forcing it. And I still liked it. I made it work. Like I have my early game PvP videos on my YouTube as well. And I made it work. But it wasn't meta. And wand staff was meta. But I still played wand, longbow. I was just stubborn. And then with specializations, it went back to being a really good healer. And the best healer when it comes to healing throughput. So I'm happy about that. Oh, do you use the resistance formula? Do you know the resistance formula? Oh, I already answered that. Do you think it's worth using conversion stones on blue equipment to max traits? Not on... Oh, on blue equipment to max traits? No. To unlock a trait, yeah, that's fine because it costs like pennies in conversion stones. But to max traits, I say no. Haley, I love your Maxwell guys. I've been playing one staff and considering switching to one bow. It just seems like a clear upgrade. Am I missing something? No, you're not missing anything. Wand, the melee evasion, range endurance builds are pretty much interchangeable between wand staff and wand longbow, which saves you a headache from completely rerolling. Hey, bro, quick question. If I have a full trait on my boot, for example, on range, when I want to switch to melee on same boot, will the trait switch? No, you'll have to start from the level 1 trait. If you swap a level trait, if you swap a new trait into a fully traded slot, it'll start all over. In staff 1, I'm changing my build PV to PV. Can I keep some pieces? I already answered that as well, Adam. Hey, Jules. I think I said hi to you earlier too. Sorry, I read that again. So basically on one vote, traits are not really important on PvE, even on blue gears for running co-op dungeon and open dungeon. Yeah, traits are not that important right now for T1 dungeons because you just need fully enhanced gear to get max damage potential. Traits become more important in like T2 dungeons, for example, when bosses hit so much harder and you get challenge modes, which you really need your traits for. But yeah, in T1 like dungeons is a little bit like more forgiving, as people learn the game, especially if you're new. I've been going for your build guide with melee evasion range endurance, and it is a blast. One question: you recently swapped to Supreme Devotion. Why is it better than Night Slayer? Yeah, I swapped to Supreme Devotion because you don't need the melee evasion from Night Slayer. It's okay to have because more melee evasion just makes it harder for people to hit you. But the breakpoint is 1.7k right now. So any more than that is like a little bit overkill. So you can help to address a bit of your mana issues by running Supreme Devotion, which completely resolves it, and as well as giving you a lot of crit chance. Why is hit better than crit on bow and wand, Eli? I only use Flash Wave and Tornado. Shouldn't I be prioritizing crit to get better heals? Oh, I already answered that, Johnny. Sorry. Yes. But let me know if you're here when I answer that, Johnny. To use time punishment skill damage boost on yourself, I already read that. It was an open world dungeon, so on Kara as well. I already read that. I'm just looking at my guild, and they all build hit chance for 3 guild dies. Yeah, no worries, Johnny. I just got an ad when you're answering me. Oh, did you, Adam? Oh, yeah. So, Adam, what I said is when if you're changing your build from PvP to PvP, the accessories are pretty much transferable, but the armor pieces are not, unfortunately. Are you running high hit on this build you are playing right now? No, I'm not running high hit, Loey, because I don't run any offensive abilities that require like high hit. Usually in large scale, I'll swap Deadly Marker for Tornado. And if folks don't know, Tornado hits 3 times. So you have 3 chances on every single person you hit to land like the CC and the damage. Obviously, the CC is what we're looking for. But so because it's a multi-hit ability, high hit is not necessary. You can just have like decently low hit, and it's fine. But other than that, that's like my only offensive ability on my kit, other than Flash Wave, which is a heal, so I don't really see it that way. And everything else is just a buff or a heal. So I don't necessarily need high hit. I can go for higher crit for crit healing. What's good for healer focus, endurance, or evasion? Depends on your build off. If you're like running, longbow or staff, melee evasion, range endurance builds are really strong. If you're running, SNS, for example, full endurance builds are really strong because you have the defenses to back up the endurance build. And daggers, melee evasion, range evasion, it's like the obvious choice there. Hey, why evasion, not endurance? I run evasion because I don't like being CC'd for the entirety of a PvP fight. I don't think that's fun. That's not fun to me. So when I played endurance on KR for the entirety of KR, that's what I did. And then towards the end of KR, when I swapped to an evasion set, I realized that I was missing out on the fun in this game by not running an evasion set because when CC misses on you, you can actually move around still and cast abilities and not be locked for like 10 seconds in a stun combo, for example, from a greatsword, or be pulled and pushed around like a ragdoll by SNS, or be silenced constantly by daggers, right? Like the melee evasion was helping so much with the CC that actually, counters you the most in this game. So after experiencing that, I realized that I just like melee evasion a lot more. And that's why I'm playing melee evasion over endurance right now, but not completely because obviously I'm running range endurance, which is really strong as well on longbow. Because what do you call it? Crossbow is a multi-hit ability, so there's more chances of proccing endurance on every single hit of a crossbow. So it's a really good thing to counter them. So yeah, so I guess the best of both worlds where I found sort of my own perfect build for what I like to do in the game. Trying to drop a piece for a litho and it only drops from a random mob outside dungeon, and this is painful to farm. Yeah, I know. Yeah. No, I agree. It is hard to farm those items outside of open world dungeons. Heli, if I messed up and I already read that. Heli, I'm currently playing one step build. Do you have any updated guide? Yeah, Kami. It's the same guide, not necessarily like an update, but in case you don't know this, haven't seen this guide, I'll post it in the YouTube chat for you. It's just the wand staff actual guide. Let me know if you're Conrado when I answer your question. Since I changed the Greatsword wand, I am behind in skills. What's the easiest, fastest way to get more so I can level my skills up with green and blue books? Yeah, the best and fastest way to get more Dragon is to go to the Ornate shop, buy out the purple books, dissolve those purple books to blue books. You'll get 200 active and passive books. Use all those books to level up majority of your skills to Epic 1, and that's like the easiest way to catch up besides crafting skill books yourself with the mats you get from playing the game in like open world dungeon and co-op dungeons and stuff like that. Hey, Zetsu. I think I may need to know this answer. Oh, I already answered that answer. Also, your tribe needs to come back. Come beat up Cobra Kai and Benediction. Huge Zero who needs to be humbled. We'll see. Those are October 1st servers, I'm assuming. Well, one day we'll be able to transfer into October 1st survey, so that should be fun. Or, alternatively, when it comes to cross-server PvP, because that's coming up soon in November, we're going to be able to do cross-server Boonstones and Riftstone Wars. So when we're able to do that, we'll be able to fight those people most likely on the October 1st survey. So that'll be a really fun way to, fight each other without having to transfer. Yeah, you can get my head laid out, Azurius, in the Healer Discord. Go into announcements and it's pinned. The code to get into the Healer Discord is just, if I type it here, it goes into both, doesn't it? Yeah. So just type Healers TNO. And yeah, you'll be able to join the Healer Discord. As a staff one, I'm changing my build to BB to BB. Can I keep some pieces? Oh, I already answered that, Adam. Let me know you're here when I answered it. Do you know the resistance formula? Yes. Oh, I'll be asking that person if I can share it, Roy. You can heal people that aren't in your party on promo fights. Yes, you can heal people that aren't in your party always, Kepaz, or Caps. So the way that works, I know it's confusing because the game is weird about it, and I also don't like it how it's set up. So when it comes to healing people outside your party, if they're in your guild, your immediate guild, you can always heal them. If they're in your alliance, it gets a little weirder. So what that means is, if you're in combat and the other person you're healing in your alliance is not in combat, you can't heal them, and vice versa. So if they're in combat and you're not in combat, the game will not let you heal them. It's a weird thing the game does. For whatever reason, they think it's like balancing or fair. Like it's not. It's just weird. So hopefully they change that, and I'm sure they will if a lot of us complain. So let's complain about it en masse, and I'm sure they'll change it. Another thing is if someone comes out and enters a conflict zone, there's that timer, obviously, that you guys probably are aware of. Especially if you're same thing if you respawn, that same sort of timer. You can't touch them when you have that timer on them. And those are the main things that really make healing weird outside your party. If someone's not in your alliance or your guild, you can't heal them, unfortunately. You can't heal people who aren't in your alliance or guild or party. Is it worth... And when it comes to healing, only your single target healing abilities work and support abilities, right? So that's Blessed Barrier works outside your guild and party, Swift Healing as well, Healing Touch works, Purify works, and the single target version of Invincible Wall also works, as well as Enchanting Time. That also works. In your melee range evasion build for Staff Wand, we have 1588 range evasion with Victorious Energy. Would you say that is enough for it to proc against? Yes, it is. 1588, which is essentially 600. 1600 is the break point for range evasion, so Staff Wand is fine. When the buff is up. right? So that's the only sort of caveat there. Yeah, is it worth to use trait conversion stones to max blue weapon traits? No, I just unlock the first trait and then upgrade the traits over time. Yeah, Angels, if you do exclamation point build or builds, yeah, if you do exclamation point builds, sorry, you'll see the builds, which I think someone already did. So you'll find my one stop builds in that link. Best thing to spend star coins on. Do you mean like the battle pass coins? These ones, are these star coins? Yeah, they call it star crystals here. Buy out your resistance contracts. Buy 30 of these. Buy your singles here. Mastery books are also good for mastery farming if you're not 16 yet, which I'm assuming a lot of us aren't. So that's good as well to buy a couple of those. And yeah, and if you have more tokens after buying, you don't have to buy all of these. You just buy these, the bigger ones. But after that, you can buy conversion stones because these ones are usually limited. So you can buy these out as well, get your 100. And yeah, and that's what I would get. And then anything else, it's just up to you. You might not even have enough after that before the event ends. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Hey, Nico, how's it going? And what skills is better to use Blitz? Yeah, I use Blitz to reset Invincible Wall sometimes. I use it to reset Blessed Barrier sometimes. Sometimes I use it to reset Fountain. Rarely I do that, but you can. But a lot of times I use it also to reset Nature's Blessing. So I can do the Healing Touch Nature's Blessing combo again if necessary. Hi, I found your channel and your videos. So hopefully I saw you're using Dagger's Wand, but you switch over to Longbow. Would Daggers still be viable? Yes, Dagger's Wand is still viable. For sure, Mela. Best thing to spend star crystals on. Oh, I already answered that. Babies. Are you using hybrid evasion immediately? Yes, I am, Conrado. Hello, does evasion only deflect damage, or if this skill misses, does the CC effect also not apply as a result? Yeah, Richard. So one thing to note when it comes to misses in this game, right, or skills in this game, the damage from an ability and the CC of an ability are separate, right? So what that means, Richard, is the damage of an ability can miss, but the CC can land, and vice versa. The damage of an ability can land, but the CC can miss. So you have to keep that in mind when it comes to abilities that can CC in this game. It's two separate checkpoints. So there's a first checkpoint that puts up the damage, essentially the hit, against your evasion. And then there's a second checkpoint that puts up the chance of the ability against your resistance. And then so there's that. So when things resist, they don't always say resist. They sometimes say miss. So some abilities that do that, I'm trying to remember. Someone was just saying this to me yesterday because we're testing chance of resistance yesterday. Tornado just straight up miss. It doesn't tell you resist. I think chain pull was the other one. And I'm forgetting the other ones that do that. Yeah, there's a couple CC abilities that don't say resist. They just say miss when they resist, which is confusing, but yeah. Hi, when you being like, can you show spells of PvE and boss? Hey Terry. Yeah, actually I can do you one better. I'll just link this is for Terry. Here you go. And that's gonna be where those are just my PvE stuff. You can check them out there. If I'm working on one gear set at a time, for me to work on a PvP set and use that for everything, or should I just go PvE set first? Do PvP first for Revision. Revision endurance formulas. What happens in the case where the numerator of the fraction is negative? This is not really covered. Anywhere. That you have more hit than the opponent's evasion. Yeah, if you have more hit than the opponent's evasion, Richard, your opponent will not evade. So if you have more hit than your opponent's evasion, your opponent will have like a 99.99999% chance of actually evading, or sorry, of not evading. So this essentially they're virtually not evading when you have more hit than them. You have to not get confused when resistance or when a CC misses, because it says miss, but you might think that the damage missed, but it wasn't the damage. It was like the CC that missed, so it like confuse you and be like, oh, it missed. When it shouldn't have, but it's just really the CC that missed. My PC doesn't perform too well with this game. However, I have a PS4. Oh, I already read that. Best thing, Spencer. I already read that. When you get used for PvP gearing set late game. Conrad, are you talking about my Juan Lambo PvP endgame build? Because that's out already. If you want to, if you don't know where to find it, I can reply to it if you're still here. And possibly that's what you're talking about. What traits do you prioritize? Depending on the piece, Murphy. So, on my armor, I always prioritize the endurance evasion traits on there, right? Depending on what I'm running, that should be first. On my accessories, I prioritize max health if it's on there, and then skill damage boost or skill damage resistance. And then weapons, prioritizing, critical hit, heavy attack, like those types of traits are really important. So in your opinion, is Bow Wand vastly better than SNS Wand everywhere? Do you think? No, I do not think that. Thank you. I think SNS Wand is definitely better in many ways over Bow Wand. I think the best way to put this, I do have like this article that pretty much goes over like what I think about each of the builds. So read over this, and it like the overview essentially explains where each of the builds are better, and where their strengths are essentially. I want to swap your staff wand build and be sap. Oh, do I need to change much? Nope, you do not if you run the hybrid. Yeah, Conrado, the hybrid builds are pretty good. Evasion for PvE, because you can fully evade a boss's non-mandatory mechanic, which is super helpful if you make a mistake. Where can I find a guide for PvP gear for Bow Wand? I am use PvP heavy games. I'm not sure what to do exactly. Yeah, I have a guide here, Nico. You can check this over as well. Oh, and that's I'm gonna send you. If you're new to the game, I'll send you both of these. I'll send you the overview, and I'll also send you the build itself that I was just mentioning. So there you go. Why evasion PvE and just not endurance for both contests, PvP and PvE? Yeah, because endurance in PvE is not that it's not that effective. It's your raw defenses that will be more noticed, but evasion itself is a lot more noticeable because you can evade a whole CC and damage from the boss. You can evade a lot of just the normal damage from bosses as well, and majority of bosses do a lot of melee abilities. So yeah, it's just a lot more. It's a lot more beneficial in a lot of situations when it comes to the dungeons that are not even out yet and the dungeons that are out right now. Oh, that's good. What's the formula for glancing chance when your endurance is higher than the enemy crit chance? I have to dig that up. It's somewhere in. It might actually be in the Discord. If you look up glancing in the Discord, I might have typed that somewhere in there, Richard. Other than that, I have to find it again. Do you by chance know the best bow staff build for late game T1? Whelps is a really good bow staff. I don't know if his build is good though. I haven't really looked at his build before, but I know he's a good player. I have 2,000 melee evasion. Is that good or bad? That's good, XKD. That's probably a little overkill. You don't need that much. But you can really ruin a greatsword player's life in an arena or small scale with that amount of melee evasion. Is there an attack on the attack range stat? I don't think there's a cap on it, but there's hard diminishing returns the higher you go, ball. It's also a lot of fun when people are. Yeah, definitely. Can you show the looks nice? Oh yeah, Pob. If you go into the healer Discord, Pob, you join it by using this code to join the healer Discord. You will find the healer, the HUD. You'll find the HUD pinned in announcements. It's like the most recent message. It should be the most recent message, and you'll find the HUD. Is Bow Wand the best PvE for challenge dungeons, T2, etc.? Bow Wand helps a lot when you're making mistakes take homey in like the 25 to 30 challenge levels. But Wand Staff and Wand Bow tend to be like the ones that get up there really quickly with a proper group. So I recommend people, if you play like Wand Dagger, for example, get a static for challenge mode dungeons, and you can probably get up there even with a Wand Dagger. Just need a competent group that you're, familiar with. You guys are patient with each other and stuff like that. Wand SNS, it's not really popular in challenge mode dungeons. I think most Wand SNS also just swap to a different weapon. Like you just put on a bow, and they do the dungeons as a wand bow. Can you show us your skills special to copy it? Yeah, if you're looking for my skills, they're actually right here. You can copy them from this link here. Here you go, AA. You can copy my skills there. It's the same ones. If you go to the large scale PvP build, and at the bottom of that is the build I use. Is that your updated late game? I noticed you removed already the Touch the Despair, because I saw in your guide even on late game build you have Touch the Despair. Oh no, Echo, I have multiple guides or builds on the late game build. I'm using the one in the large scale, but at the bottom, so below the one you're talking about is the build I use for large scale PvP and PvP in general right now, because then I don't have the time to, go through my bar and change everything, because there's only 3 pages. All right. In your melee range Viva build for Staff 1, we have 1580. Oh, I already read that. No worries. Can't pay, Lies. How come you change the cloak on the evasion build? Hey, Riggs. Yeah, I changed the cloak on the evasion build because 1700 melee evasion is the break point of what you need. So more than that is not necessary. But it's good if you want to build that high. It's not a bad thing at all. So what I did is I put on the mana regen cloak to address any sort of mana issues anyone has, right? But also has critical chance on it, which is really nice. It scales well with your sniper sense passive, which also increases your critical chance for critical heals. Yeah, and that's essentially the reason why. Yeah, and I've been using the mana cloak for like a long time as well. I never I didn't farm the melee evasion blue cloak, even though you can litho it now, so it's a lot easier to get now. But I still prefer the mana regen one with the crit chance and cooldown speed. Hi, follow Eli. Follow. Okay. Take a breath. Eli, following your master guide on mid game, do I skip blue armor fully trade straight to purple armor according to the recommended armor? I wouldn't skip blue armor fully to go straight into purple. If the purple gear that you're farming is from an open world dungeon that's already open, you can definitely skip to it and just use it. But just keep in mind you'll probably lack the growth stones needed to upgrade the gear. So that's why you might as well do a blue piece. Get your blue piece, right? Upgrade it to 9 and then transfer that into the purple piece, and it'll save you stones. It's more efficient way of upgrading your gear. Oh, I just realized I had some hot tea and I forgot about it. Now it's cold. Uh-oh. But yeah, always level up a blue piece to 9 at least before you transfer it into your purple, so you don't waste mats. You don't have to fully trade the blue piece, but get it to 9, transfer to purple for your PvE gear we're talking about here. Since you're building it. Sure, but as a fully traded blue piece, transfer one-time blessing over so you get 2 free upgrades worth of blessing. Yeah, you can do what Pecan said. I mean, for PvE gear, like I said, you don't necessarily need the traits in the PvE gear. That's why I say you can just transfer it over. Ideally, yeah, you want to trade up like PvP gear. It's more relevant because PvP gear, you want all the traits you can get, right? So getting your traits up and then stacking it so you can transfer blessings is also good. But yeah, Is this PvP or PvE build? PvP. What should I get with 40 abyssal currency SNS wand here? You can get the Conch's necklace, which is a really good necklace. I'm pretty sure you use it for your build as well. Eli, just saying thank you for all your Q&A. Yeah, no worries, Luna. I appreciate that. I think the Q&As are fun. I like the Q&As. Also, do you know when and how we get grape juice, wine? I don't exactly know. I'm being honest, I actually haven't cooked much, even on KR when cooking launched on KR. Excuse me, excuse me. But when cooking even launched on KR, I never really got into cooking. I just ignored it. I just did everything else in the game other than cooking. But I think that comes from the Sundries Merchant. I'm pretty sure you can get that from the Sundries Merchant. I can double check for you. But I'm pretty sure it comes from the Sundries Merchant. Let's just check together. Nope, it does not. So I don't know actually where you get the wine. Unfortunately, sorry. But you know, if you check the codex like on Questlog or Maxroll, it probably will tell you where the wine comes from. If I do that. But yeah, so fortunately I don't know where you get wine. Where you get wine. Yeah. But I feel free to not to answer every draft today if you see every draft. Oh yeah, no worries, Richard. It seems like at the moment there isn't enough range evasion on T1 gear to counter the amount of T2 gear get. Yes, T2 does a much better job of countering range evasion waffle. With resonance and runes, you can get up to over 2k range evasion and 2k magic evasion waffle. It gets a lot better. T2 gear is really fun when it comes to gear theory crafting and just gearing in general, because it's easier to obtain T2 gear and just a lot of gear in general. It's easier to upgrade gear. That's a lie, actually. They made it a little harder, I remember. But it is easier to obtain the T2 gear, which is great, because it comes mostly all from dungeons. If you go certain sets, they come from open world dungeons at least, and then some of them from bosses. But for the most part, like really good gear comes from co-op dungeons, which is great. How do you save weapon masteries for each skill customization slot on skill tab? How do you save weapon masteries for each skill customization slot on skill tab? You can't do that. Wicked. Hey guys, should I craft purple wand or bow wand first? Craft your purple wand first. What is best class for solo self-found? It would be anything that runs a melee evasion range endurance build. Potato would be the best for solo self-bound because majority of those pieces you get for free. How do I deal with mana? I'm constantly getting very low on mana even in co-op dungeons. Yeah, you need proper mana regen, Bear. So what I would do, prioritize getting a Supreme Devotion Cloak and or a Abyssal Greats Band Ring. That's gonna help you a lot with your mana regen and early game. What class if you're playing Snap? Oh, someone's already answering you. Best open world dungeon to farm epic gear for trades. Ooh, any of them really. It just depends on what you're looking for. Go to the dungeon that gives you the most blue drops for whatever your piece you're trying to trade. And like the most amount of pieces. If you're trading pants, helmet, and armor, for example, go to a dungeon that drops pants, armor, and helmet from like mobs that are packed together. That's how I would decide. Ceradome Islands and Shadow Crypt are generally good places to farm for trades. Usually the newest content, as in the latest open world dungeon that was open granted, is on particular pieces that are really, really good. Yes. What amount of mage evasion jurors are necessary for us in this greatsword? What are the breakpoints for the stats the most effective? Yeah. When it comes to evasion, 1700 melee evasion and magic evasion is what you want. 1600 range evasion is what you want right now in T1. When it comes to endurances, 1100, 1200 melee endurance is what you want. 800 and magic and range endurance is what you want before buffs. When it comes to endurance build as well, you also want 2k, at least 2k melee and range defenses. 2.5k melee defense is a lot better. But those kind of defense breakpoints also exist for the endurance builds, because that's going to help you mitigate all the damage that you are taking in. I'm about to quit healer. DVG, help me. Oh, why do you want to quit healer, Token? Tell me why. So Jaldi, Zeroth, and come back to Cherno. Yes, we left Zeroth a while ago. We split the guild in two, Asuka, because when the guilds are all together as 4, no one wants to fight. So we split the guilds in 2 again. 2 guilds are on Cherno, 2 guilds are right now on Asmo. And we're pretty much staying like that, like even after Siege, because there's a 30-day lockout, right? So yeah, 2 guilds are on Cherno, 2 guilds are on Asmo. I think we're gonna try to swap off of Asmo, and go to another server, but we're just gonna keep them apart. I think just 2 and 2. Do we need to have PV gear set for T2 challenge dungeons? You don't necessarily need PV gear for T2 challenge dungeons, but they're gonna help a lot because they're a lot harder. Like, it's a lot more difficult. Or sorry, not T2. Challenge modes are a lot more difficult. They scale based on the level you're doing. So PV gear comes a lot more helpful. Especially when you're pugging it, you can almost say it's required with pugs, because there's going to be a lack of coordination. So you want all the damage boost for healing and just damage in general that you can get. Hey Wicked, yeah, it's in my Discord. If you do discord.gg/healersTNL, you'll find it. It's pinned in announcements. And Wicked, it's like the most recent message pinned in announcements. Wait, so just checking on your stats article. The first line of the evasion section states, evasion provides a random chance to dodge and attacks damage CCs. Yes. Just confirming, as I understand from your answer earlier, the DLCs are actually tied to their own weekend chance resistance calculation, not tied to the evasion. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so the evasion, evasion will apply to the damage, right? And then when the CC, yeah, so the chances apply to the resistance, and then sometimes when a CC resists, it will say miss as a text, as you can see with like a tornado or a chain pull. It'll say miss when it resists instead of like resist, which it will say for other skills, which is odd. Dots can crit or ×2, and I can edit that, Richard. Thank you. Dots can't crit or ×2, right? So it's interesting actually. So dots can heavy attack, and you'll see that, like, if you ever cast a dot, you'll see that it heavy attacks, right? The damage will just multiply by 2. And Curse Explosion can crit as well and heavy attack, but the heavy attack comes from the second explosion, because the second explosion is what's multiplied off of your dots, which allow for it to heavy attack. So the first attack does not heavy attack, but the second attack can heavy attack from Curse Explosion. When it comes to the dots, they can crit, which is interesting. But what happens when they crit, they don't do the max. They don't get multiplied by the max base damage like what should happen when something crits. What the game does is when a dot crits, it will apply the crit damage bonus. So your crit damage bonus, whatever percentage it is, gets applied to the dot instead. So it won't do your max damage. The dot won't do your max damage when it crits. It'll just apply the crit damage bonus to the dot. That's why sometimes if you ever look at your dots, we're testing your dots, you might wonder, why does it fluctuate so much? Like, it's not doing a heavy attack, but the damage is different for whatever reason. It's because that dot crit, whatever dot that was, it crit, and it applied the crit damage bonus to it. So that's why sometimes it's so odd. I don't know if that's how it's supposed to work, but that's how it does work. And we figured that out on KR. But they haven't changed it. It's been like that forever. So I guess maybe that's how they want it to work, I guess. How does your gear currently look? Oh yeah, my gear looks like this, Lou. Describe me as I understand from your answers earlier. I already read that. Hi, I'm a healer who's really only been focusing PV and enjoying the memo, but hitting 50% made me realize that being solved PV up something. I was just feeling, I'm wondering if like King PV is all about better, or can you just I kept playing both skill cure Yeah, no worries, Choke. I think if I understand your question correctly, um, PvP gear will go a long way in PvP, right? If you want to use PvE gear from those builds, from those guides in PvP, it will be very hard for you in small scale and arena. And I'll say that specifically. And I say that because in large scale, it's very easy for you to hide in your ball, right? To where you won't be easily targeted. So you can heal your party and do all that stuff as long as your raid doesn't wipe. But if your raid wipes, that's not necessarily your fault. But yeah, so you can hide in your ball in large scale with like non-PvP gear and probably be fine. For the most part, but in small scale and arenas, it'll be very hard when you're focused. You're just gonna fall over because you don't have the proper defenses. Yeah, the Discord is just, if you just do exclamation point healer Discord, the link will also pop up. But it's discord.gg/healers TNL is what it is. Hello, I'm a main bow wand and on the road to 50 in solo. What's better for support, endurance, or evasion? If you're a main bow wand, if you're gonna do any sort of small skill arena, you're gonna do that a lot. Run the melee evasion range endurance build hippo. And you can check out that build amongst the other builds here. Just through this link. There you go. How do you ride on the whale if it's flying from Temple of Silivith? I don't remember the exact boarding point, but I know Maxwell has an article on the whale paths, which is pretty convenient. Here it is. I'll link it to you. These are the okay, so these are the Gigantrite paths. There you go. Class. Have you tried Wand Greatsword? I have not tried Wand Greatsword personally. But I've spoken a lot with the folks on KR who are trying it out and trying to make it a meta build, which they've done with the current T2 gear. It's never really been done in T1, but I know there's some people trying it and they like it a lot. There's people doing it in arena especially, which is where it would excel because it's arena and you have a greatsword, so of course greatswords will just have a bigger advantage. But in terms of large skill in T1, not a lot of proof, not a lot of evidence, which is needed. In T2, we obviously know it works because there's proof and evidence out there. But in T1, that's lacking in large scale. I'm not sure if you mentioned this already, but I wanted to ask you what amount of evasion, endurance, and hit are necessary for Essence Grace, or what are the breakpoints? Oh, I think I already answered that, Knives. Let me know if you're here when I answer that. You can always get by with whatever spec you're running. Building your defenses properly makes you... Oh, someone's already answering someone else. Thank you. The wine is on the game yet. There you go. Your answer. Thanks, Barbellion. In terms of healer, what is your favorite wand to use? My favorite wand to use is an excavator wand. I like that the heal scales with my, or can synergize with my passives on my wand and all my other healing buffs so the heal can go up to over 20. It can heal over 20k over time, which is really great. In a PvE build, what should I look for the traits for the normie states that you depending on them? I can't really explain better my question. Hey Diogo. I'm not sure if I understand your question exactly, but you're asking for a PvE build. So I think the best thing, I'll just link you my PvE guide and look at the traits there, and that'll probably help a lot. It's possible to stay relevant with +9 weapons currently. Yes, it is. Definitely. What do you mean? Oh, blue weapons. You want to just transfer those into purple when you can. The base damage will be helpful. But it is possible to stay relevant with blue weapons right now. Sorry, just to answer your question directly. Yes, you can use blue weapons right now and you'll be fine. But you want to transfer at least into your purple wand because that base damage increase is going to increase your healing by a noticeable amount. Anyone know if the PS5 allows mouse and keyboard for this game? I'm not sure, Alwine. Today's best if you're playing staff on and mostly do arena. Should I hold staff and what mastery role do I go first on both weapons? Hey, available. If you play staff wand, depending on the build that you're playing, will determine which weapon you should have out. So if you're playing, the support build, keep the staff out. If you're playing the hybrid build, keep the wand out. And here is the link to the wand staff PvP builds, just so you can see what the masteries look like, depending on the build that you're thinking of running. What's the point of SNS wand backline healing though? Why do you want to be more tanky? Couldn't you just position better? I don't think SNS wand backlines heal tanky. SNS wand is usually in the front healing. They're not normally like in the back like healing. They're usually in the front. Like they have to be in the front anyways to proc their SNS passives. Like not skillful vision, like the what's that ability called? The resilient mind, right? And also your block. You need to be in the front, so they're usually in the front healing. In a PvE build, what should I look for? Traits are the normal things that you get. Oh, you already asked that, Diogo. Let me hear. And I also think I linked you the build, Diogo. Hopefully that's helpful. Any tips for pushing ranks in Gate of Infinity? Yeah, I think the main tips is don't be afraid to use your rear attack remedies for your burst rotation. Use mana food before you go inside and a mana potion when you're inside. You can use also boss food for the type of boss that you're fighting. But yeah, that's mainly it. Just know the mechanics of the boss. Is there a CP requirement for the 2-star dungeon that we don't have yet? Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, the CP requirement is, what is it? 3,000? I think it's 3,000 or 2,500. It's one of those. It's either 2,500 or 3,000. Forgot which one it is. Hey man, when are you teaching us this build? What do you mean, like demonstration? What do you mean, Eunice? Do you mean like going through a video and like dissecting it or something like that? Let me know. Is longbow crossbow good for PvE? I heard it's really good for PvE, but I can't really in PvP. I think, or PvE, yes. Longbow crossbow is good for PvE. Is there any equipment that scales burn? Yes, the burn is a weaken, so the Mother's Nature's 2-piece with scale bird spirit. Will we ever get mastery transfer books? I'm almost 11 on Expo. I want, and I want to try a new build. But dang, do I not want to start looking back at Mastery 1? No, there's no way to transfer masteries, unfortunately. I wish there was, but yeah, no, there isn't. Was it better build to get Carnix Tulix? Carnix for PvP, Salian. Tulix is really good for PvE. Why don't you like heavy attack chance? I like heavy attack chance, Mr. Sir. I just don't have heavy attack chance. Is your main wand? My main hand is bow, because bow has the best defensive masteries. The wand masteries will always apply to the wand skills, regardless if you have it in your main hand or not. So there's no point of keeping the wand in your main hand, because the wand does not have any defensive masteries that will help you throughout PvP. That are better than bow. Bow has a better defensive masteries. That's why you just keep it out. How traits and blessings work? Oh, that's a loaded question. I would recommend for Hiroshima looking at like the videos or guides out there that help with traits and enchanting gear, because that could be like a 20-30 minute long explanation, which I would do if it was something that I set up ahead of time, because I think I would probably annoy a lot of people if I took 20-30 minutes explaining the trading and enhancing system. But I'm gonna link you though here it is. I'm gonna link you the articles that will help you understand the systems, because there's very simple systems once you once you try them out. I think that's the best advice I can give. When it comes to the traits and blessing system, the best way to learn them is to try it out, because you can hear anyone explain it to you and it's going to sound like a bunch of like mumbo jumbo, because it does sound like a bunch of mumbo jumbo. Like the system in itself is like weird. But once you learn the system, it's a lot easier is the thing, right? So yeah. So my best advice is to try it out and also check out these guides. And they'll help you a lot to understand essentially how they work. And then here is the blessings guide. Oh, the blessings article is broken right now. But yeah. Essentially how, like, because the blessings article is broken, I can't really link that to you. Blessings are essentially fail stacks. when you fail a trait upgrade of a gear that's a lower rarity to a gear that's a higher rarity, it creates blessing stacks on the gear that is a higher rarity that you're fail stacking on. And then the more and more that you fail, when you fail blue, green, they have different amounts of blessing stacks that they'll add to the equipment. And then once you reach a certain amount, you can use those blessing stacks to increase the odds of enhancing the trait of a gear using a lower rarity trait. And the reason you do that is because it can be very, very cheap compared to just buying the purple trait itself or trying to farm the purple trait yourself. So that's the reason why you do it. And as you can see, that's probably was so confusing to explain. That's why I say it's much easier to figure it out once you like test out the systems yourself, and then you'll understand like, oh, this is what he was talking about, or this is what this person was talking about. Yeah, that's how, at least that's how I see it. But maybe that explanation was great and it was helpful. Which if it was, I'm gonna pat myself on the back for that. You have alts. What class? Also, it's allowed to have defense build with bow staff. I do have alts wand staff because I like wand staff. Is it viable to have a DPS build with bow staff? Yes, it is viable to have a DPS build with bow staff. Since you mentioned it, I was always confused on what is the best option: large scale PvP evasion or endurance build. Yeah, large scale. A lot of folks enjoy endurance. You can honestly run both builds in large scale, and you'll be fine. I love Greatsword Wand, so good. Yeah. In arena rank, solo cute rank 293. Which is T1 to T2? I mean, how can I know if it is T1 or T2? Yeah, it'll become much easier to understand what is T1 and T2 Echo once we get the gear. T2 has like a special glow to it, and it also will just tell you on the gear piece itself that is T2. Yeah, I read chat test stuff. Yeah, so Akko asks, which is T1 and T2? I mean, how can I know if it's T1 and T2? The gear piece itself will tell you if it's T1 and T2. So that's how you know. Just like how it tells you right now. Like, it tells you that the gear is epic, right? And it'll just tell you that the gear is epic too, essentially. But it'll also have a special glow on the image of the item. Like, the item itself will glow in the background. It'll be like an obvious way to tell that it's a T2 piece. How staff dagger versus staff bow in PvP? Staff. I mean, they sort of do similar things. They both, yeah, I mean, they both do well in PvP. I guess it comes down to your playstyle. What do you like more? Staff bow, staff dagger, or sorry, staff bow has the best AoE in PvP itself in large scale, so they rack up usually a lot of kills because of that as well. Staff dagger is a lot more mobile. They have better escapes as well. So yeah, it depends on which comes down to a playstyle preference. Staff dagger will probably get less kills than a staff bow because staff bow just has more AoE, so they can kill more people en masse. Do you think that tanky healer is better? Yeah, I think tanky healer is yeah, I think a tanky healer is better because if you're a healer that's able to get one shot, you're probably gonna just die really fast and not be that useful to your party and raid. Is one passive Saint's Oath passive worth it? Since it only has a chance to activate when you receive skill damage. Yes, it definitely is, because you can survive really long. Like, if you look at my YouTube videos, even my recent PvP videos, you survive very long for the Saint's Oath passive to proc. It procsify very often as well, especially on Wand Longbow. Wand Longbow, Wand and Sense are like the best healer builds to run it on. Any reason you want the Skullband or just drop? I have the Skullband just because I haven't swapped it to the Alabaster ring or anything like that, or sorry, the Dimension ring. That's really the only reason. Yeah, there's not a reason, Loon. It's just that I haven't swapped it to the other ring. Yes, I just have it on. I just didn't want to lose the health as well because I didn't have the health trait on this ring either. Oh, I do. I forgot I got the health trait on this, but I'm gonna want to trade this up a little bit so I don't lose too much health from this ring. What open world dungeon are you prioritizing? Or are you just doing whatever you have contract goals for? I prioritize the open world dungeon that has the gear that I want. But then I also just prioritize stuff that I have contract goals for as well. So now that I don't really need, like I don't think I need anything else from the open world dungeons. I have everything I want really. I think that's true. Oh no, I'm missing the gloves. I probably will just use some Silius. Is it Silius that drops the gloves? Or no, it's Sanctum. I think Sanctum. So I'll just do whatever dungeon has those gloves, and then I normally just prioritize whatever I have scrolls for. House staff dagger versus staff bow in PvP. Oh, I already read that. Prov, right? Yeah, yeah, you already asked that already, Proville. Let me know if you were here when I explained that, Proville. Is the perception stat only useful in PvE for healers? No, the perception stat is useful for a lot of people. In T2, most people run 60 perception because of how crazy evasion gets for magic, range, and melee. Like you need high hit. Like all DPS need high hit in T2 because of how crazy evasion gets. Like most DPS will have a minimum 900 to 1000 hit, and melee will have more than that because melee evasion is like insane to compete with for melee. So yeah, hit becomes super important in T2 because evasion just becomes insane, which is good for us, bad for the DPS, but at least we're not DPS, so they have to figure it out. Is there any difference between having bow or wand out while healing? Yes, there is. The masteries of your weapon always apply to the masteries they belong to. So because of that, it doesn't matter if you have wand out or not. The wand masteries will always apply to the wand heals and abilities you use from it. You want to use longbow because longbow has the best defensive masteries to help you with your survivability in combat. Someone's down for under a minute with bow wand. I have zero idea why. How? What do you mean, Loon? They're down for under a minute. What do you mean? I had asked them both YouTube. So sorry. Yeah, no worries, Yoga. Is there a way to ever solo the open dungeons as a healer or not? Yes, there is a way to do that. I have a video on my YouTube showing how I'm doing that on KR. You can also do that in T1. But you need your full end game build to do that. You can't just do it with like blues and greens or anything like that. Like you need your full build. What's your thoughts on Expo 1 and is it viable? Expo 1 is viable. It's more viable in small scale in arena. Never use it in large scale because it gives you no benefits to your party or raid. But yeah, they're viable because they just have really good survivability. That's mainly it because they don't really give you, there's no extra support that you get from an expo. This build is good, Sirlock. The build you link, Sirlock, will get one shot very easily. Yeah. So the build you link, Sirlock, you get one shot very easily. You have a base evasion of 420 and 430. With dagger roll, that's only bringing you to 1000 magic evasion or 1.1k magic evasion range evasion, where most magic players already have a base of like 800, 900 hit. So 800, 900 hit compared to 1000 or 1100 magic evasion is pretty much nothing. So most of the magic abilities will still land on you. And then if you run Victorious Energy on top of that, you are pretty much not going to evade anything because your hit's going to rise up to 1.2, 1.3k. So that's why the breakpoint for magic evasion is 1.7k. Range evasion, similar story. The average hit of a lot of ranged players who are gearing correctly is 1000 or 900. So because of that, having again 1000 or 1100 range evasion is not going to help you. That's why the breakpoint for range evasion is 1.6k. So this build is very one-shottable. Your hit's also very low. You have 492, so as a great sword dagger, you're not going to be landing any of your abilities, but I don't think your skill build's probably on, so that'll probably rise up to like around, I think 800 or something like that, depending on your health. No, your health's only 11k, so that's not even gonna rise up that much. Your health's also very low for a great sword build, so you want that to be much higher, at least like 16, 17k. Yeah, so I'm not sure what the goal is for this build that you linked, But those are like some of the critiques I would have I have for it. I have dropped Exco Wand, but I'm not sure whether to transfer my Liquorious Wand to it. Is it passive really good, or do you swear it for the strength? What is the motive? Yeah, the Exco Wand is really good. Look, you use it for the heal that it has, and the strength points. It helps you reach 70 strength as well. But the heal can heal above 20k with your wand passives, and yeah, so it's a really good wand. Liquorious is also a really good wand. So I'm not saying that you have to swap off of Liquorious. If you like Liquorious, then definitely continue running Liquorious. Hey Bosco, how's it going? Do you have an alt character? If so, is it necessary? I do have an alt, but I don't play my alt, Christian. So I do have one, I just don't play it. You know, I think it's necessary. I think it's very helpful. I don't think it's necessary, but it's very helpful to just like make you lose it, essentially. Can I easily switch between Greatsword Dagger and Bow Wand with the same melee evasion gear? There is no other DPS good for small scale with melee evasion, right? Is it? You could, if you run the melee evasion range endurance build on Greatsword Dagger, you could run that on Bow Wand if that's what you're running. But yeah, you can do that. Thank you. I'll focus on PvP, which should start before. Yeah, no worries, hero. Melee and magic endurance is good. I'm trying to triple endurance T1, but I don't know. If you're doing triple endurance in T1, it's a lot more difficult because it's harder to reach the proper breakpoint. So you're going to be squishy to melee still. Triple endurance for T1, sorry, clarifying, is good for on SNS because they have the defenses to back up all the damage that they're receiving. But as like a Wand Lombo, for example, because you're receiving all the damage because you have low endurances, or sorry, because you're running endurances, if you don't have high defenses, you're just gonna be taking so much damage. And if you're not evading anything, you're just taking like everything. So I don't recommend triple endurance because you can't build it to the proper breakpoints to constantly proc the endurance passive, or sorry, the endurance stat enough to mitigate damage in a way that you can that you can sustain. So that's something you just have to think about if you want to run a triple endurance right now in T1. Is that if you're Wand SNS, it can work really well. If you're not, it's a lot harder. Thoughts on Lombo SNS? Lombo SNS, I feel like tries to it's not the best. Like the vacuum idea sounds really cool, but when you think about how Lombo SNS compares to like Greatsword SNS or Wand SNS, they do a lot more for the raid than a Lombo SNS can. And they're even good with survivability. So like Lombo SNS is like, the idea is like, oh, there's so much endurance, survivability is cool, and they can also vacuum people and stuff like that. Whereas like Wand SNS can also live Lord and do a lot more in terms of CC for the raid. And Greatsword SNS similarly, they can survive pretty well. And they can also just CC a lot better and damage a lot more than a Lombo SNS. What's your grade of affinity skill tree? My grade of affinity skill tree, I don't have it on right now, but it's like something like this. I usually mess up this. What do I normally do? Unlucky clock. Swap this to that. Take out this, and then I put in. No, I don't do that. I do this, and then what else do I do? I think I do. Take off this. I put this on, and then I put this on there. Then I put this on. This is what I normally run. Yeah, this is what I normally run for Gate of Infinity. Yeah. Right? Yeah. I'm not missing anything. Yeah. You only imagine you catch up. Do you play Staff Wand? Yeah, I play Staff Wand. On KR I play both Staff Wand and Wand Bow as both my mains. On NA I have Wand Bow right now. I'm just slowly building up my Staff Wand alt. Just catching up on this since I was PvP and stuff. Group healer gear. Oh, thank you. Yeah, you can follow this right here. Here we go. Follow this. It'll help a lot with the gearing. Does the evasion meta change T2 and should I use my staff in main? So the evasion meta doesn't change that much. You can still run melee evasion range endurance or melee evasion range evasion in T2. Perfectly fine. It gets even better. You can also run a range magic evasion. It's really good with Dawn's T2 gear. Yeah, the meta doesn't really change that much. What's up, Eli? I was wondering how do assist works playing staff and healers. Yeah, the way the assist works, you have to still apply damage or some sort of CC to the opponent to get the assist off. It's sort of lame, but that's how it works. Just on damage threshold? Not really. Like, you can do 300 damage and still count as an assist. Found your builds on quest slide. I'm almost max on the rare gear with base stats use. Just sticking with melee evasion range instead of... Yeah, Aqua, just, you can stick with the melee evasion and range endurance. It's available to play healer with, especially if you do small scale in arenas. It's available to play healer without a tank to engage. Yes, you can play healer without a tank to engage in PvE if that's what you're talking about. Yes, I have some VODs as well, but I heal a lot of parties without a tank and we're fine. You could just heal all the damage. How does one get the Mother Nature set? In T1 dungeons right now specifically, just because people are really geared. But that's why T2 dungeons are also launching or coming out next November or next month, in the middle of the month. So it'll get a lot more challenging. How does one get the Mother Nature set? The Mother Nature set draws from various different places, Delar. I don't really remember off the top of my head. I know the helmet and the pants are boss drops. The chest comes from an arc boss, so don't count on that because that's gonna be harder to obtain. And like it's a really good chest piece. But you can look at stuff up on the codex as well. Because I just don't remember everything right now. I think the gloves come from a dungeon, I think. If I'm correct. The boots come from this dungeon, Cursed Wasteland. And the gloves come from... I think the gloves are open world dungeon drop, but I don't remember which one, unfortunately. But they should come from... Oh, they come from a boss, so these come from Cornelius. Yeah. There you go. That's my star. What is the best to buy? Yeah, if you have star crystals, what I bought and what I recommend is buying out your contracts for both, getting some mastery books for mastery farming, and then the rest you just choose. Buy out your conversion stones, get the 100. Yeah. Any thoughts on Greatsword Expo? Greatsword Expo's interesting. It's fun. Yeah, that's like my only opinions on it though. Currently have the excavator wand. I'm complaining whether to sell for Lucens or to use. And there's like I have a guildie who uses it really well in PvP. I'm complaining whether to sell for Lucens or to use it. What do you think? Yeah, if you have a Liquirius wand, you can just use that. If you really need the Lucen, you can sell the excavator wand. Excavator wand gets replaced with a T2 wand. But we're getting T2 gear in the new year, so it's like a long wait. But you can sell it if you want the Lucent. Just use Liquirius. What dungeons are you prioritizing prior to melee evasion? But I'm sure I should bet. This best get more strings. Yeah, I have my gear already, Panther, but I would prioritize Cave of Destruction. Get your Cave of... Try to get your Liquirius wand. If you don't get it, stop when you get 20 tokens. Move on to the next dungeon. Essentially, what you want to do all dungeons until you get 20 tokens from each. And then pity your Liquirius wand if you didn't get it yet. Is what I do. Just so you can get your wand and you're not waiting too long with a blue wand, because that's going to be even worse. But when you eventually can start farming more pieces after you get your Liquirius wand, get the what do you call it? The Evon get the boots first, that'll help with mana regen, and then get the pants. Any different answer on how field boss loot works? Damage and heal of you individually and your party is what counts? Yes. There's also a bit of a more expanded answer that I put in the healer Discord earlier today. I'm not sure if you saw that. I'll type it in the chat. There, that's how it works. I think it's too long of an answer. Okay, I'll read it out. So this is what I answered because someone asked that same question earlier today. But it's the way you think about boss loot is you know, think of it like sort of like a wheel of fortune, right? So the more damage and or healing you do, the bigger your pie slice on that wheel gets, right? So when the boss dies, the wheel is spun, and whether it lands and wherever it lands, and whoever's chosen for the loot, that can only go to obviously a single person from the same loot category. So the more damage and healing that your party does, the bigger your pie on that wheel of fortune gets. When the boss dies, the wheel is spun and it will land on wherever it lands. The bigger your pie is, the higher chance you have of getting the loot, someone in your party getting the loot. But still, what that means is that people with the smaller pies on the wheel of fortune can still win if they're just lucky and the wheel lands on them. So that's essentially how it works. So it's not guaranteed. That's why the strongest party, like, you might know that, like, oh, we have the strongest players in this party, the most geared players in this party. That does not matter. It gives you obviously, or does not matter as much as you think it matters. Because it gives you obviously a really big slice of the pie on that wheel of fortune when it's spun when the boss dies. But that does not mean you're going to win because it can easily land on someone with a smaller pie. So that's why gear drops from bosses seem so random, is because that's how the loot is distributed, or that's how loot is decided upon who it's given to, or assigned to when a boss is killed. Hey Cobra, how's it going? Yeah, you can rearrange your UI by going to settings and clicking edit HUD. And when you click edit HUD, you can rearrange your UI here. That's under settings, Can you show all the traits on each piece of your gear? Oh, sure. So this is what I have on my belt. This is what I have on my ring. This is what I have on my other ring. This is what I have on my necklace. This is what I have on my... No, there's nothing on my bracelet because it's not like a real bracelet. It's just a story one. This is what I have on my boots. This is what I have on my pants. This is what I have on my gloves. This is what I have on my chest. This is my cape. This is my helmet. This is my bow. And this is my wand. And if you go to my... I'm just going to link my guide because it has the same... I'm following the same exact traits that are on my guide. This will help as well, knives, if you wanted to reference. Do you use melee, range endurance, or evasion for PvP? I use melee evasion and range endurance for PvP. Thank you for help. So I need to put more HP in mortars. Yes, you definitely do. Should I have my staff out or wand mained hand as a healer? If you're running the support build, keep your staff out, Dennis. Found your builds on quest log. I'm also max on the rare gear. You suggest sticking with melee range instead of melee range. Yep, I definitely suggest sticking to that, especially if you do a lot more small scale and arenas. And long after deletion, your name becomes available again. I don't know that, Loon, actually. It's very weird how they hold your name for quite a while. I don't know, though, so fortunately. Do we take Tevent Bow wand when it releases? No, you do not, Riggs. Tevent Bow is not going to be for healers at all. It should not be for healers. Don't do that. I mean, your guild probably will your guild will likely not give you the Tev Bow. I mean, they shouldn't. There's no benefit that we get from the Tev Bow. The stats are cool and all, but there's no benefits to it. When it comes to the Tev Wand will be prioritized to SNS players first. Then it'll be prioritized to probably dagger players next. They'll make the best use of the Tev Wand's active ability. Or ability. Not active ability, but the ability on the Tev Wand. Longbow wands don't get any Arc Boss weapons until Tevin and Arc Boss gear. Where the Cordy wand, which any sort of healer will make use of, we would make use of it the best because we can reset the skill that the Cordy wand synergizes with, so we can use it twice back to back because there's no cooldown on it. And no one else can do that but us, so we make the best use of it. Show specializations PvP, please. Yeah, the specializations are the same one on my my max roll as well. But yeah, here they are. I got a question. I got some loot and I was able to spend some, but now I tried to buy anything at the auction house. It says insufficient. Oh, that's weird. Try restarting your game, MVP. Should I use a Queers or Excavator? It's Matthias is it can be a preference kind of thing. I prefer Excavator because I like that the heal on Excavator wand can heal for over 20,000. The extra heal is pretty nice, especially when healing my tank who has like 25,000 health. But yeah, the Queer is also really good for survivability. I'm a lot more comfortable with my positioning and my my ability used to survive against players, especially when I'm focused. So that's why I'm more comfortable with Excavator Wand. And then if I'm focused where I'm gonna die as well, likely my whole party is like already dead or already lost the fight. So like if I'm gonna die, I'm just gonna die. But yeah, so I like the Excavator Wand. Thank you. I badly need the Lucence to max traits per gear. Yeah, no worries. I read about it. I saw that sometimes there is a hold on the Lucence. Ah, okay. Interesting. Yeah, actually, no, that is true. They do sometimes put a hold on the Lucence just to like make sure it's not like an RMT thing. Which I'm not accusing you of doing, but like they do that because they did that on KR as well when RMTing was like a bigger thing. I was thinking small scale PvP, would it be better to go SNS1 with a party that has no tank? Yeah, that can be helpful, Ghoster. You can definitely swap to that. Pity Luck Wand is not 20 of each token, is it? Yes, Pity Luck Wand is 20 of each token because you need 2 of the Salvation tokens. And so you need 10 of each dungeon token to craft a Salvation token. And since you need 2 of the Salvation tokens to pity a weapon, specifically just a weapon, you need 20 of each dungeon token. Do you have any 3v3 arena experience? Any chance of a future arena guide on YouTube? Yeah, I played a lot of 3v3 arena on KR for both Wand Bow and Wand Staff. To get into top 100. I just haven't done it on any much because I just haven't had time. I've just been doing so many other things. But my guildies who have been doing it are using my builds. So, for example, Maddie Huz using my Wand Staff range evasion, my Wand Staff melee evasion range of endurance build. So if you're wondering what Maddie's doing, he's a rank 1 healer. He's rank 1, not healer, but he's rank 1 of the entire arenas for individual matching as a Wand Staff healer. And if you're wondering what he's running, he's running my melee evasion range endurance build. So that can help folks curious. He's also using my large skill build in the arenas, which is funny because I never envisioned it being for arenas, but he makes it work. I think he might swap 1 or 2 abilities out, but yeah, that's what Maddie's running. And then like similarly, a lot of the healers here are running my builds on my max rolls as well. So that also includes, these are not healers, like T1 over here is running a build of mine as well. He's a healer. Wand Staff as well. I don't think there's other Wand Staffs up here, but yeah, or any other healers really up there. Oh, King's ranked 26 and runs mine, yeah, and some alteration. There you go, and there's another healer as well. But I do plan on getting into arenas because I had a lot of fun doing that on KR because especially because I did them a lot on KR. But it's just a time thing, really. But I'll get back into it. I heard the queues aren't popping as often as they were at the start, so hopefully they pick up. Your mid-game division, why are you using Resolute Crusader over Trousers of Resistance? Is max health better? Why are you using Resolute Crusader over Trousers of Resistance? Are you talking about the Wand Staff one, Denki? If you're talking about the Wand Staff one, the Resolute Crusaders gives you health also in the traits, but it's mainly also just because it gives you double evasions. It gives you melee evasion and range evasions as a base stat and also as a trait, so it allows you to stack it up really, really high, which is better. And also gives you health in the traits as well, if I'm remembering correctly. So that's why you're not losing that much more health, but you're gaining a lot more of your evasion stats, your defensive stats to help with your survivability and exceeding breakpoints. It's also easier to trait as well. You have rotation for bossing or DPS Wand Staff? Yes, I do. It's on my One Staff PvE guide. I have the rotation for bossing and stuff like that, so definitely check that out. So I'm a Bull Dagger player and I'm transitioning into purple gear. I noticed that I'll have to way lower hit with purple weapons, going from 1789. Would you say the base damage more important than hit chance? So if you're Bow Dagger, going from 1078 hit to 894 hit, it's not the worst thing in the world. Are you counting that with your hit food meow? Because with your hit food, you'll go back up into the 900s, which is not bad at all. Yeah, no worries, Loon. Thanks for clipping that. How do you deal with mana issues as a staff wand healer? Run more mana regen. You run more mana regen by you can swap in like a few items into the build to help with mana regen, right? So you can swap the cape, right? Swap the cape for the. I mean, all you have to do is if you just swap the cape for Supreme Devotion, that will help a lot with your mana issues that you might be having or experiencing. Yeah, you can do that. Swap the cape. Swap the cape. Can you show the traits? And also level up your inner piece. Can you show the traits on the weapons? Thanks. Oh, yeah. Loon clipped it. Bro, can you show your solo bosses build like Gate of Infinity? Yeah, I just did, Teggy. This is what I run for my Gate of Infinity. These are the specializations. Also here as well. For Lombo. And then this is what my bar looks like. That's what I run for Gate of Infinity. Right now. It's altered from the ones on my max roll because I have just been messing around with this. But I think I like it better than the one on my max roll. So I'll probably just change it. What kind of CC skill that our collision? Is there a way to check it? Anything that's a knock up, knock down, knock back, or pull Alim is a collision. Do you have a guide for instance greatsword for traits? I do not. Knife, sorry. Is a 2-4 set healer build important at all? I want to run range endurance, but the set pieces don't have the traits. Thanks in advance. Is a 2 out of 4 set healer build important at all? As I want to run range endurance, but the set pieces. If you want to run range endurance, you can just run range endurance as a trait. Can you show me skill position when you use skill on dungeon? Yeah, Black Hat. I'll link you. That one's going to be the exact same thing as in my max roll guide. So I'm just gonna link that so it's easier for you to reference as well. We don't do guild loot, just personal. I was thinking Ted Bull looked like a good stat stick. Yeah, that's exactly what it would be for us, Riggs. It would just be a stat stick. We just wouldn't make the best use out of the weapon. DPS would. If you're per arenas, can you get away with melee vision building events in large scales? Yep, but you definitely can. I've been playing like the latter half of KR. Well, also KR allows melee evasion is a lot. Like melee evasion is king. Like everyone should be running melee evasion in KR. When it comes to T2 gear with resonance and runes, like it's just insane. But yeah, even like all of NA, I've just been running melee evasion even in large scale fights, and I'm usually like one of the last people alive as like a wand Lombo. It helps a lot because the main thing that like messes you up in the first place as a healer is a melee sort of CC. Either it's a silence from daggers, either it's the stuns from the greatsword, the many stuns from the greatsword, or something from like an SNS CC. So how does weaken chance work? So if I drop a touch of spell on a boss, is the weaken chance allowed to hit? No, it does not. Chance only exists to counter resistance, Sheen. That's the only thing it does. And resistance only exists to counter chance. Is Curse's DPS a thing? Not really. You have your Curse Explosion combo, but like you usually have other burst abilities from your other weapon to help with damage. I'm ranked 26. Oh yeah, I already read that. King Granger is wild. Yeah, T1's really good. I still might leave it as a freeze for free sleep combo. Yeah. Leaving Ice Tome as a freeze to take out like healers, or someone who's running mana burn is really helpful as well. Bow wand or staff wand. Full support PvP and solo. Are you 3 sets? Yep, I am running my skill builds on my bar Andy are full support, dungeon, and solo. AC solo gateway infinity build. Yeah, it's right here. The gateway infinity build is here. If you're talking about the arena build, that's on my max roll. That's up there. So check that out. Teggy. Do you think Bow Wand has its place in 3v3s or Staff Wand is better? Bow Wand, I will say Bow Wand takes a lot more thinking to win your fights. Whereas Staff Wand, obviously they have a lot more like harder CC and stuff like that to carry. But Bow Wand, if you play it smartly, you can get really high up there. Like that's what I did on KR when I was top 100. Is I just played Bow Wand, and specifically like you go beyond it, right? You have to understand at the start of the fight, you immediately look at who you're fighting. Try to look at their gear if you can, or if you know what they're running, that's even better. But then you prioritize your CCs based on who's on the opposing team. Try to communicate with your team in the chat as well, and that's usually helpful. Give them a target, lead them. And I find that's been successful. I mean, at least on KR, I was successful, and that's how I got high up there. But yeah, there's a lot more hand-holding and thinking involved when you're Bow Wand in 3v3s, whereas with Staff Wand, you can just go out there and probably carry a bit more because you have hard CCs. And you can run some burst abilities if you wanted to as well. But it's more the CCs that will win you the fights. Which is why Maddie just runs the full large skill build that I have on my Staff Wand max roll page. Which is all support and CC abilities. This is the Wand Bow melee evasion, and the reason why he runs that because he didn't want to put in the effort to swap things around too much and swap back and forth, which is totally which makes a lot of sense. This is the Wand Bow melee evasion range. Oh yep. Yes, thank you. Hi, just hit level 50. I was following your Wand bow leveling guide. What do you think? What's the next step for a solo player? Yeah, run Cave of Destruction, Cash Man, and do all your resistance contracts. That will be your next steps. It'll take you a while. Yep, arenas is in that link that I sent as well, Techie. Wand staff better than Wand bow? Nope. I don't think the Wand staff is better than Wand bow. I don't think either Wand bow is better than Wand staff. I think each build does something extremely different than the other, which makes them something, that makes them better than the other. So I would read this article I put together just to essentially address those types of questions, just to help people understand, what do they want to play. I'll answer your question. I'll look at your build as well soon on. I have it open. I'm just gonna answer a few more questions and I'll look at it. Just so you know, I didn't skip over your build. I have it open pseudonymously. Pseudon. I have your build open. Now look at it in a little bit. What can stop salvation change from pulling allies? If the ally is prone or affected by some sort of collision ability ready, your pull will not work. Add a warning to new player guides about traits. Upgrade the blue traits on the blue pieces before upgrading it to purple. I think that's there, hero. That should be there. Does melee evasion attack chance do anything for healers? Does melee heavy attack chance do anything for healers? No, it will not. Our heavy attacks for our heals play off of magic heavy attack chance, QTR. Who do you recommend for the best SNS Greatsword or Dagger Greatsword builds? I know the Maxwell ones are pretty good because they had a lot of KR vets look at them and critique them, so they're pretty good. Besides that, though, Joey I think has some good Dagger Greatsword builds. SNS Greatswords, you can ask Grenton. He has a lot of experience there. Oh, thanks for subbing, Pseudo. Appreciate that. Yeah, those are the names that at least pop up in my mind. Oh, thanks for subscribing as well, Nega. So nice. Y'all are so kind. And thanks for folks who have been following as well. Appreciate that. But yeah, those are the names that pop up in my mind, Knives. People that I would like recommend. Because the people who play that who are also really good don't make guides. They're like my static mate Loki, who's a really good SNS greatsword, like probably the best SNS greatsword I've seen in the game. Does not make guides. He also doesn't have time for it really, but that's probably why. But yeah. But those are the ones that are publicly available. I know Grenton has some, and the Maxwell ones, which are critiqued by a lot of people. Those are like pretty good. Where's the Helio Discord? If you do, what is the command for the Helio Discord? Because I noticed like that command doesn't work sometimes. Oh, it's Helio Discord. That is the command for Helio Discord. Yeah. So do !! Helio Discord. Kilo. Helio Discord. Do that, and it should work. As a staff one, I have all my support abilities leveled up. What would be the first damage ability to prioritize? Curse, Fireball, Lightning. Prioritize leveling up Lightning. Or sorry. Well, actually, yeah, it doesn't really matter because each of them are going to be super helpful for you. Prioritize leveling up. What's that one called? Judgment Lightning. Here. Do Judgment Lightning to 3, then do Fire Bombs to 3, and then what's the other one that you normally can run? I think it's Chain Lightning, then do Chain Lightning to 3. Oh, I think I was supposed to flip a page. No, I already did. Someone has to show my dungeon skills, I think. It's on my max roll as well, but like this is that and this is what I run for bow. I'm hesitating between bow dagger and staff dagger. What are the differences? Which is the most mobile to play and has the biggest damage? Bow dagger and staff dagger. Bow dagger will be more mobile because it has more movement speed. Staff dagger has like a different kind of mobility. It has a mobility skill with the frost smoke screen. The biggest damage will come from bow dagger because it has the biggest AoE nuke damage. But staff dagger has a lot more consistent AoE damage. So what that means is that you'll have more AoE nuke damage being applied. Or the AoE nuke damage that you consistently throw out throughout a fight. Whereas bow dagger's nuke damage is like, you know, they're decisive sniping and then the flash arrow or the flash wave, right? And those have long cooldowns. Whereas like the staff's nuke abilities come from like, you know, Judgment Lightning and Chain Lightning and Fire Bomb, right? And you also can do Inferno, but no one really runs that, but and Meteor as well, right? So you have a lot more options, and the Chain Lightning and Fire Bomb can be like spammed throughout a fight a lot more consistently. Can I show my dungeon set? I don't have like dungeon gear. I have a dungeon build right now. It's my dungeon build. It's also in my PvE build guide as well. Definitely check that out. But my dungeon gear is not traded or leveled at all. Like I don't have the stones for it, so it's just sitting in my storage. How to improve my damage input as bow 1 and 3s partners and explosives. If you want to improve the damage that you do in 3s, you're very limited to what you could do without, like, you know, not taking a lot of key support abilities. You could take sniping, just take the single target version of it. And you can also take strafing. Those are like your options. You're very limited. Hey folks, how's it going? Folks Gaming. Can you show your weapon mastery running right now in game? Yeah, actually I have to change my weapon mastery in game because I had this set up because I was just testing something about like curse explosion damage. So like this is not what I normally would run. This is like, that's for damage. But normally you run you get this to 6 first, the middle row, get up to the skill heal, and then once you get up to there, you start working on your top row. Just do the rest in your top row. There you go. And you go all the way to the end with the cooldown speed. So that's my wand, and then my longbow looks like this, filling out my top row. What's your large scale setup? My large scale setup right now for PvP is this. It's also in my max roll as well, so you can reference it later as well. But go to the large scale skill build on my max roll in the bottom skill build in that page or in that section is the build that I run. I normally in large scale just like I run tornado. So like that involves how do I get this again? How do I take that off? And then what do I do here? Take off something else. I don't remember. Oh, I don't need the mana regen for that anymore because I have proper mana. When you get proper mana regen, you don't actually need the mana cost reduced. You'll find you're fine using this without that. But and then you take tornado, and that's how I fit tornado in there. When you get proper mana regen, because my mana regen right now is like 620 is what you need, but like I have even more than that. I don't have 1000. I'm in the town, or I'm in the safe zone. It gets multiplied. It's 739. Oh yeah, sure, Cashman. If you just hit level 50, do Cave of Destruction, just try to get your Liquarius Wand, and then do your resistance contracts. There's also a command for that. If you just do exclamation point commands, there should be like a post 50 command for that. And there's like a whole helpful article on what to do post 50 that a friend made. Here it is. Found it. Does a healer in Oregon stream? I don't know, Loon. I don't know who Norgan is either. Is that on another region? In another region or something? I was following your guide by watching the VODs, but they're all gone. Uh-oh. On my YouTube, some of them should be there, Xeon. If you go to the YouTube, they should say. Because I know Twitch deletes VODs after like 7 days or whatever. Like, they don't keep them forever anymore. From at least what they tell me when I get that notification. But on my YouTube, they save forever. So you can go on my YouTube and the VODs are there too. Not the earlier ones, because I only started streaming to YouTube like I think 3 or 4 VODs after my initial ones. So, but a lot of them are still up there. You can take a look and watch them back. No worries, Snipes. Hi guys, what I can do if I done my Abyssal and normal dungeon points already? Yeah, if you done your Abyssal and normal dungeons, your Abyssal contracts, I'm assuming, your normal dungeons. I'm assuming you mean those two, right? But yeah, you could do a lot of things. You can run events. You could do the events that happen all the time, like every user upon the hour and stuff like that. You can 1 a.m. Juno. You can do a bunch of light skills, and there's a bunch of other things you can do. You can farm open world dungeons still to raise your mastery and stuff like that. But you could follow this. Here you go. Follow that. Oh, thanks for subscribing, by the way. Kindness, I appreciate that. I just noticed you subscribed a little bit ago. Thank you. For logical PvP, do you use only one food? I heard some people say you can use 2 food. You can use more than 1 food, Riggs. You can use a attack or like look right here. So you can use food with the swords or food with the top. You can only use one, either or. So you have to choose. You can stack in a utility food. You can also stack in a currency food as well. And those all stack. Well, dagger best abilities. Yes, bow dagger has really good mobility and the best between the two that you are comparing from, which is just bow wand over staff. I'm curious about following this build. Yeah, I have an explanation of the healer. I have a healer overview here. I wouldn't say one is better than the other. Because I don't think one is better than the other. I think both of them do something better than the other. And I list those out in that article, Depth the Tank. But both bow wand and staff wand can follow the melee evasion range endurance builds. Any thoughts about wand dagger because spells specialization? No, I don't have that, Lucas. The specializations on the max roll for wand dagger are good. The skill builds, those are good. Is your melee evasion range endurance build able to work with bow dagger? It could, Duke, but I wouldn't recommend it. Like, you could. It's not nothing like it's not gonna be like disadvantaging you, but yeah, you could. Normally people run magic evasion, range evasion just to synergize with the dagger passive is why I'm hesitating, but you could run it. There's nothing wrong with that. Hey, people said you are the best to learn healing from, so I'm here to prove. No worries, Eclipse. I appreciate that. Looks really cool, this build. Good job. Yeah, thanks, Jose. Struggling against Ascendants on map, you can knock off the edges. Seems like all I can do is stack demonstrations. But say I can try to get dodge after the initial grapple. I don't know what else I can do. Yeah, stay away from the edges is one thing I'd recommend. Bait them, because usually if you stand near edge, they're gonna try to use the skill on you, so you can easily bait them with by standing there and then blocking at an opportune moment. Melee evasion will help you obviously. But yeah, I would just bait them. Don't let them like take advantage of you and bully you on those edges. You can easily bait them. Wait, I'm confused. You said yes. So in your bow wand melee evasion rangers build, yeah, resolute crusader. So should be trousers of resistance. No, it should not. Thank you. So the resolute of crusaders is used in the what do you call it? In the resolute of crusaders is used in the mid game version of the melee evasion rangers build, because you can still take you call it? It doubles up on the melee evasion, right? So you get the 170 on the base and you get the 120 on the as a trait, and you still get 450 health on it as well. But the more important thing is that you're doubling up on the melee evasion, so you're reaching a high amount of melee evasion at mid game, which is also really good if you're starting the game late right now, because you can get high amounts of melee evasion in blue gear without feeling like you're going to be behind because you don't have the melee evasion that you get with purple gear. So that's why it's like that right now. It's just to catch up, especially for people who are joining the game late, and aren't like swiping really hard to just get full purple right away. Dinky. That was just a dinky. What's the best mana management when joining a co-op dungeon as a healer? Do you also hit mobs with skills that consume mana, etc.? Yeah, I use like full rotations on mobs. Like I usually use sniping into strafing into knock. Usually with my endgame healer build. You're fine with like you'll find that it's fine when you get to proper mana regen. Like when you get to like 600, 620 for dungeons, you'll find the mana regen is very easy to manage. You shouldn't have any issues, especially with Deadly Marker. So you can use Nature's Blessing off cooldown. So you have really good mana regen. You can usually stay over 50%. Your day one wobble 2 VOD onwards got deleted. I was following along. I know, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, that one got deleted. Twitch deleted it. 11k tokens. I had 2k tokens earlier today. I just got 11k because I was running a lot of boxes today at Ceradome Island. Got lucky. And then I think I got some from some co-op dungeons that I was running. But yeah. How do you feel about getting Blitz to 5 before Fountain of Life? Yeah, I don't think that's a big deal. You can do that if you want to. There's nothing wrong with that, Hang. Yeah, is your maxwell guide for staff 1 updated for both PvP? Yes, they are, bro. Do you think ages will adjust the castles each time? Have they ever adjusted time? They have not adjusted time before on KR Splurge, so I don't know if they're gonna adjust it on NA. I know it's like 4 p.m. EST right now, on a Sunday at least, so it's not the worst thing, but I understand why it's weird for sure. On your match roll, do you use PvP, PvE for general content? I'm a fresh 50 starting to look for gear. On my max roll, I use is my Twitch? Hold on. I need to check something really quickly. I use oh, it is. Okay. Stream Elements was being weird. How do you feel about... Sorry. Oops. Do you think agents will adjust to castles each time? Yeah, they have not. Before. Your axle, do you use PvP general content impression? Yeah, in right now I use my PvP gear and PvE dev to tank. If you're gonna do any sort of PvP in this game, dev, run the PvP gear build, or you're gonna regret it. So if you're gonna do any sort of PvP in this game, I highly advise you run a PvP build first before you start building out like a PvE set. How do I, as a Greatsword Dagger, kill your class? I feel there are healers around 3.1k that I just can't kill. Get them low every time. I'm not gonna tell you that, Sleepy. Good luck. I hate all greatswords. No, I'm joking. Yeah. So if you want to kill my class, or any healer running, I think the issue is not necessarily just my class. I know my class also has like things on it that make it hard to kill from the passives and stuff. But if you want to kill any sort of healer that's running like melee evasion at all, so I'll even tell you, even for Maddie's gonna hate this, but if you want to kill Maddie, who's rank 1 in the leaderboards as like a wand staff running my melee evasion range endurance build, or even T1 who's down here on Kimmy Granger running also the same thing, melee evasion. If you want to kill any of these healers running melee evasion, it's gonna sound so obvious, but stack hit. It sounds so obvious, but honestly that's the best thing you can do to kill us, because the thing is, greatsword as a weapon alone is just such an OP broken weapon. Like with the stats, with the masters and everything, it naturally does so much damage. Like you do not need all this gear that a lot of greatswords believe they need to do so much more damage, because you can run like a green weapon and you're doing like 5k 6k damage on an actual player already. So with purple weapons you're doing like 8k 10k. When you heavy attack, because you heavy attack so much, you do like insane amounts of damage, like 12 13k. So you don't need to boost your damage so much in arenas, and I'm talking about arenas here specifically. You don't need to boost your damage so much in arenas. What you need to do is counter what's bothering you the most, which is the fact that you're missing like 70% plus of your abilities. That's what a lot of greatsword daggers don't understand, is if you're missing so much, build the hit more, so when you land your abilities and your CCs, you're killing it all, like you're killing all the healers, because they can't do anything if they're locked in your CC combo for 10 years, which is what it feels like, right? So that's the whole point. Like melee evasion builds became popular because greatswords were so annoying and locking us into place all the time. And it was effective because greatswords never think enough to this is not a jab at you or anything like that, but it's just such a common thing even on KR. Greatswords never thought enough to build more hit to you know, respond to us building more melee evasion. Instead they just complained on KR and requested that the devs nerf healers, because apparently they felt that we were broken and it's unfair that they can no longer kill us in one combo, and they think that's not how MMOs should work when trying to kill a healer. But the devs never, I believe the devs never really responded to them or catered to, like, you know, sort of what they wanted, because they understood that, well, if you have an issue with missing so much against healers, then build more hit, because that's possible to do. So if healers are running at least 1,700 hit melee evasion, which is what majority of healers have, you can easily reach 1,700 hit if you wanted to go like full on out there. You can reach 1,700 hit. I think that's a little excessive. One of my guildmates is doing that because he's really pissed off. But I think all you need is just 1,400, 1,500 hit, which you can easily do as a greatsword, because you have that passive that increases your hit for every 100 health you have. You can easily hit that and you're good. And you'll find once again that you are just one of the most broken weapons in the game, once you adjust yourself in arenas to fix your hit, to respond to the melee evasion stacking that's going on. Yeah, let me know if that's helpful. But that's my advice there, that a lot of greatswords don't want to commit to, but it's the best way to respond, or the best way to counter them. or to counter us. Yeah, you just want to, and this is specifically, I mean, this applies everywhere, obviously, but obviously it's more relevant in arenas because that's where you're supposed to be like dominating, but you're not because you're just missing everything. So if you're missing everything, build up your hit and you'll get back to dominating. You should do YouTube more. Yeah, thanks, basketball. Yeah, I have some videos planned as well, actually. So I'm going to try to release a video tomorrow and then plan one out for the entire week next week, like every other day or something like that. But I have some VODs saved. I just have to put them into videos. I also have some PvE VODs, which I don't know if people really care about here, but I know some people do. A lot of people care about PvE. So I have some PvE dungeon VODs that I was going to upload as well with pug groups. I might upgrade some with my guildmates to... I don't know how helpful that is. Like, that's just people who are geared that are just killing a boss without a tank. Like, I don't think that's exciting. But I'm going to try to upgrade more of the pug group ones because I feel like that's more entertaining. What's a good PvP, PvE weapon combo? Planning to get into the game and want something that's decent on both. Yeah, if you want something that's decent on both, Wand Staff is very up there. And it's a meta build. And then Wand Lombo is pretty good in both as well. Ebon Roar boots, movement traits, or mana regen, having only 20 wisdom. I think it's not about the wisdom annual. It's more about your mana regen, your stat. If your mana regen is low, which I'm assuming it probably is, with that amount of wisdom, get mana regen on the boots. Oh, there's so many PvP builds gears. How do you know which one to use? Yeah, I did I know which ones to use. I spent a lot of time testing a bunch of gear on KR and doing a lot of the with friends like Jerry Chow, who led a lot of these tests as well. Doing a lot of testing with the formulas and the stats in the game just to understand them fully, and that helped me to understand what builds to put together to counter whatever stat that people build in their builds. That's essentially the way that I went about it. So just understanding the mechanics and stats in the game that help you put together builds that are just really effective. I started with the PvE build. How am I suffering to drop the blue items of PvP build? Oh no. Yeah, you want to start off with the PvP build if you're going to be PvPing at all. The PvE builds for PvEers who just really enjoy PvEing. You recently swapped degrees in your build from Infernal Herald to Shock Commander. Infernal Herald not viable beside breakpoints. Yeah, I swapped it to... You can still run Infernal Herald scroll, no problem with that. I swapped it to Shock Commander because initially we thought it did not drop from Lycan Cozen, but we were proven to be wrong. But the backend code showed that it didn't, so that's why we thought it didn't. And we thought it only dropped from Tevant, which wasn't realistic. But now that we know it drops from Lycan Cozen, because it actually did, I put them back in because they originally were in there. How much is enough? My build is pushing 1.1k hit. Is that enough? No, that's not enough. You'll miss a lot still with 1.1k hit. You want at least 1.4, 1.5k hit if you want to really, really dominate a healer running melee evasion or anyone running melee evasion. Oh, I saw you. You said you saw my answer or you heard my answer. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Any test for healer, brother? Like, you I'm free to play and I'm fine gearing hard. Yeah, if you find gearing hard, do the solo self-found builds, Shaywin or Shakwin. Those will be helpful because you don't have to rely on field bosses for your gear. Grind out the open world dungeon gear first because that will drop more frequently. Grind out the blue ones specifically first. Those will drop the most. You can fully trait them really fast. And then get your dungeon weapons and then get gear that comes from your dungeon next. Sell stuff as well that you don't need for Lucen. Build your Lucen up over time. Buy traits for your blue gear first because those will be the cheapest. So you can fully trade out your blue gear first before transitioning into purple gear, which will take a little bit longer to trade out. Between shoulder tapestry for greatsword wand. If you're greatsword wand, you're probably not going to go evasion. So do supreme devotion if you need the mana regen. You will definitely need the mana regen for greatsword wand, by the way, Dragon, because you don't have mana regen passes on greatsword. Trousers of resistance has evasion or sacrificing. 815. It's not 30 evasion, Danky. The pants itself has 170 melee evasion. The pants itself has 170 melee evasion as base. Trousers of Resistance only has 140, right? But there's no melee evasion trait in Trousers of Resistance. There's one in the Resolute of the Crusader Greaves. Right, so you not only get 30 more melee evasion, you also get 120 more, so you get 150 more melee evasion in the Resolute of the Crusaders. I'm not saying you can't go Trousers of Resistance. I ran Trousers of Resistance as well. I didn't run Resolutes because the dungeon opened up later. But when I started, because I started early access as well, before the Sanctum dungeon opened, I ran Trousers of the Resistance, and then I just continued running them and swapped into these pants. I've been Wargreaves from Trousers of Resistance, so it's not wrong to do that. I did that. But if now that everything's open, like you can get the Resolute Trousers right away. You can still do Trousers of Resistance like I did, but it's harder to trade up Trousers of Resistance because you can't really farm Trousers of Resistance easily, but you can farm the Resolute pants very easily. Hello, is Ray Disaster skill good for proc crit hits on Deadly Marker? I like it to use it. Yep, every sort of crit will will proc Deadly Marker, Aldo. As long as something crits, it will proc it. I've been playing for 3 weeks. I had no idea you can critical heal. Games doesn't explain shit. Yeah, I have a video of that on my YouTube as well, Journey, if you wanted to take a deeper look into it. Is one staff strong as DPS? If you're comparing it to actual DPS, it's not the strongest Kutin, but they can do some damage. They're mostly kill stealers. I like to call staff like kill securers, we'll call them. You know, they can do some damage, you know, especially the staff burst damage, but like if we compare it to actual DPSers, it does not compare. So they're really just getting a lot of assists and some kills, you know, because they have that they have burst too. But they're kill securers. It's a good way to put it. But they're fun. They're really fun. Was I lucky to get a Supreme Devotion in my first dungeon? Yes, that's lucky. Good job. Congrats, Diogo. Yeah, it is pretty lucky to get a epic drop on your first dungeon. Or at least the one that you want is more specific, because you do get epic drops in your dungeons. But the one you want is the harder part. So you got the something you needed on your first run. So that's good. Congratulations. What would a 1v1 staff wand skill build look like? How did I ran? What is so long to get off? Oh, it's PvP. Look alone. Oh, he's here. What would a 1v1 staff look like? Yeah, 1v1 staff would... You'd have your normal, like... We wouldn't have your normal. You'll take a lot more of the DPS abilities on the staff. You know, you'll have Icebound Tome, you know, with the Icy Mire. You'll have this one, High Focus. Obviously, you'll have Judgment Lightning. You'll have Firebomb. You'll have the charge version of this. You can take this for the mana reduction, which is really good. You can take up to 2k mana away from someone, which is insane. And then you'll have obviously your Inner Peace. You'll have usually Swift Heal. You should put on Blessed Barrier as well. And you can put on Enchanting Time as well. And you could put on Fountain if you like as well. But you don't need to. But you could also take Sleep. You should take Sleep. That'll be helpful. You could also take Touch of Despair, Decaying Touch into Curse Explosion combo, the single target version as well. Yeah, there's a lot of options you could take. And it's like not really, I would say, one's the best. The Sleep combo is definitely helpful because it's just easy burst damage. And then you take the staff damage to clean up sort of how the rotation would go. If going on PV build for one bow. Is the build kind of strong on PV for full support on group content? Yep, it is strong, Echo. Your armor set with your hair color looks sick. Oh, thanks, Cyril. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think my character looks pretty cool, actually. The weapons are sick too. I'm glad they came out with these weapons. What's the best gracer to have besides the world boss one? Yeah, one of them. One of the ones that dropped from. Oh, nice, it's on. My favorite one. It'll probably be one of the ones that dropped from Butchers. So a lot of people just run Duke Magna. Thoughts on replacing? Oh, will the Wolwan skill build change? Oh yeah, the Wolwan skill build will change in T2. Take home me. Yep, you replace all your gear and your weapons in T2. Everyone does. Take home me. What's the best gracer to have besides the world boss? Oh, I already read that. I thoughts on replacing Shock Commander plate armor for Blessed Templar mail for more melee defense. Yep, I have a build that uses that Q tier. Hey Eli, what's your opinion on Curious Wand? I think both wands are good. Sailor Swift. Excavator wand, I like it more because I'm comfortable with my positioning in this game. Just because I played it a little longer, and I know how to use my skills for survival. But more importantly, the Excavator wand can heal up to over 20,000 because it synergizes with your wand passives and anything that increases your base damage as well. So it can heal for quite a lot, and it's really great for keeping your tanks up, especially the ones that have like over 25k health. Which is the one of the tanks in my static who runs that. So yeah, I like Excavator wand for that reason. Liquirius wand is good for survivability though, in those like oh no moments. So yeah. They're both good wands. I wouldn't say one is bad. They're both good. It just comes down to a preference. Oh, Juno said he apparently has Excelsior. I'm gonna go over there. Maybe it's like on PvP. Where was that? Oh. I already killed him. In large scale PvP, it's your job to cast sleeves are mostly melee wand users. Yeah, in large scale PvP, it's usually the wand SNS that are doing that journey. Some players can do it as well, like wand staff can do it. They have high hit as well. Not everyone needs to do it, especially when you have enough. Like we have 25 people in our raid that does it, like in our guild that does it. So we don't need so much more people to do it. Like it's excessive. So I run the full support build. If you don't mind, could you show me a step-by-step guide for PvP skill development, just like how you showed the build process? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Mup. Yeah, what do you mean by that, Mup? On my guides, I have my skill builds there, if you're looking for my skill builds. But I have those here for PvP and PvE. Wanted to take a look at those. T2 gear is gear that's coming out later on, Chromo. It comes from like dungeons and stuff like that. But yeah, we don't have that yet, so you don't have to worry about that right now. Can I have you review my build? Yeah, you can send it over, Kevorkin. Actually, there is someone who... Pseudo, are you still here, Pseudo? I have to look. I was going to review your... give you comments on your build that you sent. Are you still here, Pseudo? Hopefully. You're still here? Oh, nice. Okay. I'll look at it right now. You went more for a magic evasion build, which is okay. What I would do, well, I'm gonna change this chest pseudo because this chest drops from an arc boss, this rolling essence robe, so it's gonna be harder to obtain right now. What will be better for you to use the arcane shadow robes that has melee evasion on it, and we can also get the magic evasion you're building. Wait, why does it stay the same? It should have increased. Huh, weird. Well, actually, it will mess up your 70 decks that it seems like you're going for. But just so you know, that Swirling Essence robe drops from Arc Boss Bellendir. It won't, it's going to be quite expensive. But if you are going to be like, if you have Lucid for it, then like you'll probably be fine. But just keep that in mind that the Swirling Essence robe is going to be pretty difficult to obtain. Your melee evasion is pretty low. So without the Victorious Energy buff, you're going to be pretty squishy to Greatswords. So keep that in mind. Like, you're going to want to play a bit more around your Victorious Energy buff. Because at 1.3k melee evasion, you're just going to get popped really fast by a Greatsword. They're going to land everything on you. Your magic evasion is good. But that's the problem with building magic melee evasion early game, is that it's harder to get both of them really high. It's easier with T2, but it's harder with T1. To the points you need them to be at. Like, if anything, I would say, yeah, no, it's hard to really rationalize an alternative because there isn't really one right now, at the very least. You could try to bring up your swap out this cloak for that cloak, and you do 1.4, 1.4. That's still weird. But yeah, I would say, like, if you wanted to run like a melee evasion magic something, you should do melee evasion magic endurance, because the magic endurance you can at least get to 800. And melee evasion you can get to 1.7k, I believe, still. Or 1.6 at least. So I would do something like that with T1 gear, because that's what T1 gear allows the best right now. But yeah. Other than that, your crit's good. Your hit's low too. You want your hit to be at least like close to 700 or up to, like upwards of 700 as base before Victorious Energy buff. Your health is really low as well. You're gonna be targeted as one staff very like frequently. You want your health to be at least like 15, 16k as well. But yeah, 15k is fine. Even high 14s, but yeah. And that's it. Yeah, no worries. T2 gear might come out, I think, Knives, like next year, Q1 is what they said. That's funny, Loon. After playing for a while, I realized the PV gear is not really needed for PV contests. It's going to change. Yeah, Kutin, PV gear is not necessarily needed. But in T2, it does help with the challenge modes and the competitive PvE modes. In the Wand Bow full sport build, we take sleep. Is that mostly for escape situations, since Wand Bows aren't really doing sleep bombs in front line? So the full support builds Luna has different variations. There's the full support build that I have here, right? And I usually run Tornado. There's also the full support build that has the mass sleep in it. And you can 100% run mass sleep as a wombo and get the sleeps off and make really good plays for your party. But it's not necessary if you already have a lot of mass sleepers. You can just run a full support build Luna. Refresh, I changed something. You just change your ring? I don't see the change on my end. I think. Yeah, I don't see the change on my end. Oh, you added the Band of the Silent one is a T2 dungeon ring. You can't get that right now. That one comes from T2 dungeons. Hey there, question for you. I'm still new to the game. I'm level 25. I'm in the fence on what to play. I was originally staff 1 and going highly sub. So what is usually needed more end game? I like both. Just don't know how both are. Sorry, no worries. Yeah, bearded. Both of them are needed in end game. I say Juan Lombo would be a good idea because you usually see less Juan Lombo than you. No, actually that's not true. But Juan Lombo is just a really strong healer if you wanted to pump your party with heals. How can we... Well, Juan Staff is a good endgame as well for the CC, but the CC is more T2. So if you're talking about T2, Juan Staff is like really, really good because they provide a really strong CC. But Juan Lombo is good throughout, like, start to, like, you know, no matter what version of the game we're in. How can we send you or show your build to like to do that? Possible to increase our one. Yeah, you can send it to me on on Discord, Dragon. If you join the healer Discord, you can see my Discord in there. I noticed that only one heals and heals get the ×2 from every attack while my bow heals. Yeah, because hots I don't believe or like the actual hots don't actually heavy attack. Like the Fountain of Life heal can heavy, right? But that's not a hot. Like this is not a hot. This is a frequent fast paced heal, right? But the actual hots like this, well, it's not showing right now on full health, but those cannot heavy. How do you know? Because it's like a dot. Like a dot doesn't heavy. I mean, the dot can heavy because it can double, but anyways, hots are just different. How do you know how much crit hit heavy attack you need? Yeah, you know how much you can know how much hit crit heavy attack you need. Just, I think it's more of like my experience of the game. Like you just know what people have on average in the builds, like in other people's builds. Like you know what melee people have on average with their hit evasions, endurance, or whatever they're running. You know the same thing for any sort of build, so that helps you understand what you need. You need enough crit to counter someone's endurance. You need enough hit to counter someone's average evasion. You need enough heavy attack to just get as much as you can, because no one can really counter heavy attack right now, because you can't stack heavy attack evasion like effectively to counter the amount of heavy attack chance you can build. What do you think of double wand with some perception stacking? What do you think about double wand, wisdom, perception stacking? Double wand? Like running 2 wands? Kitlin? Like running, like actually as your main hand, your sub like weapon running 2 wands? Is that what you mean? Let me know. I saw you talk about 620 mana regen. That's not the total you have, but just gear on equip plus chance ignoring base. Hey Lou. No, that is with just your base. The base mana regen, Lou, is 620. Is what you should aim for. The enchant, you can include the enchant because the enchant comes from like your masteries, so that's fine. But yeah, so the base plus the enchant should be 620 before like food buffs. So when I say before buffs, I mean before like your mana potion and your food. So like this number just with equipment even as well should be 620. So your base, your equipment, and your enchantment should total to 620. Won't one staff be better for solo farm as well? Yes, one staff is better for solo farm, bearded. Why is one staff stronger than one Lambo and T2? I didn't say wand staff is stronger than wand longbow in T2. Wand staff just has a CC that they get in T2 with the black staff, the black gale staff that turns your frost smokescreen into an AoE bind that is repetitive, so there's no cooldown to it. People can just walk in and get CC'd. People can walk in and still walk in and get CC'd as well. It's a really strong CC, especially in chokes, to when you fight, especially when you're spamming it. Like, you imagine you have 10 of those spread across the field and people are just getting stuck constantly. It sets up really nice clumps to just nuke and destroy. I want to change from longbow to staff so bad, but I don't want to farm mastery. I know mastery is the hard part. Making low level 50, you level first and level longbow 1. Yeah, if I'm PvPing, I level swift healing first to 3. You get all skills to epic 1. But if you look at my you'll see the skills to prioritize here. Just go to the skills to prioritize section right here, Ronel. And that'll help you understand some of the key skills to prioritize. Eli, is evasion gonna become less useful after we start to get these arc boss and tier 2 dungeons? Nope. Evasion is always a relevant thing, Lance. It gets even stronger. You can build it a lot more. It gets really crazy. Eli, do you have any videos that show how to be a full support player? I like how one of your more recent videos shows how to use such despair to the time. Oh, do you mean like a walkthrough kind of video, Indigo? I don't have one of those, but I did get some comments to make something like that, so I will add it to my list of videos to like get into making, and try to sit down and put that together. 2 wands, yeah, Lynn. I do not recommend running 2 wands. That won't be really effective. There's like running a staff, running a longbow, like any of those sub weapons gives you a lot more benefits in terms of skills and passives than running just 2 wands. Yeah, there's videos of people using double wands or double great swords. Yeah, people shouldn't be using double great swords. I can see that maybe being a thing because great swords just broken, but double wands, you can do the same thing that you would probably do with a double wand by just running also a staff, and you can do more, especially if the goal is damage. As long as you don't use swift healing so much, you won't really have mana problems unless you get it drained. Yeah, and that's the problem, Ishiro. Like, if you are in a fight and you're not, like, if you're in a fight and it's a competitive fight especially, and you're going back and forth with an enemy, it's a long drawn out fight, which is usually the fights that we experience and the fights that we look out for. You will usually run out of mana if you don't have proper mana regen. Especially if you're a healer that doesn't die very easily. Like if you're just alive for a long time and your party is also alive and you're constantly healing because there's constant damage coming through, which is normally how a competitive fight works, you will experience mana issues if you don't have proper mana regen. How much endurance is considered high? Yeah, if you the breakpoints for endurance, 1100 melee endurance is what you want. 1100 to 1200. Range endurance you want 800. Magic endurance you want 800. If you want to swap weapons, what's the best method for getting the blue growth stones? Just crafting? Yeah, if you want to, yeah, it's just crafting them. So you get them from open world dungeons, from co-op dungeons. Yeah, and that's where you get the mats to craft your blue growth stones. Also from contracts, your contract resistant contracts. You can choose the yellow ores and craft those into more growth stones. Break down epic growth stones from blue stones. Yeah, you can do that as well. I saw a build where they focus on raw stats using 2 wands with CD reduction. Yep, and you can do the same thing with the staff build, and it's better because you have more of the staff abilities and passives that can synergize with your wand as well. I mean, staff also gives you more CD reduction because you have the high focus ability, which gives you 58% CDS. So that build doesn't really make much sense if you want CD reduction as well. Like if you just want to take staff abilities, you could put just staff abilities on your bar, or sorry, wand abilities on your bar, but you can still keep the staff out to get the high focus 58% skilled cooldown reduction, as well as the Umbermaster staff that gives you cooldown speed as well as more stats than any of the wands that exist in the game right now in T1. So a double wands build does not make any sense at all, really. Sounds like it's a clickbait video kind of build. Boss skill drops are based off of damage reduction, right? So you just relying on guildmates to get stuff for you. Yeah, it's a contribution of your party to Sleepy. Think of it as like a wheel of fortune. The more damage and healing your party does, the bigger your pie slice is on that wheel of fortune. When the boss dies, that wheel of fortune is spun, and wherever it lands is who gets chosen for the gear, or the person within that party gets chosen for the gear. If you run 2 wands, you will lose on passives. Yep. In PvP, what is the best way to escape when chained as a wand lombo? Yeah. Some of the immediate things I do is I do the Blessed Barrier into Fountain combos that's necessary. I do Healing Touch into Nature's Blessing healing combo if necessary. Invincible Wall is helpful as well. Resetting your Blessed Barrier if you're like being chased and you really need that damage mitigation, you can do that for a longer protection. You can reset Nature's Blessing as well to do a double Healing Touch Nature's Blessing mass heal combo. That combo I'm talking about is... I wonder if I fall from here if I'm gonna die. Oh, that's good. So it's this combo right here where you just use a Healing Touch into... Oh, whoops. I think I did it wrong. But yeah, when you use a Healing Touch to Nature Blessing combo, which you've all probably done yourself or have seen me do it before, that will restore your health by a massive amount. That also helps with just sustain when you're like getting focused by a lot of people at the same time. But also running melee evasion, because that's why melee evasion is a popular thing in Viviana, in small skill in arenas especially, is because it helps you avoid those perma CC combos from those melee users who can spam them or use them very often. What is more reliable against CC evasion versus endurance? Evasion is always going to be more reliable against CC because evasion can actually counter CC. Endurance doesn't counter CC. Endurance just mitigates damage, but it doesn't prevent CC from coming through. So I think the question would be evasion versus resistance, and resistance is good, especially on SNS. You can build high resistance on SNS. On other builds, it's a lot harder, and you sacrifice things to do so. And the question is if it's worth it comes up. But I like evasion because it's just a lot more clear cut. It's like, it's much easier to understand why evasion is effective and how to build it effectively. You said 1200 melee, 800 range. Yep, exactly, Sudan. There's like a video of some guy running wand making the rounds. People are getting baited. Has like 25 views or 25k views. Yeah, that's funny. But he could do the same thing but better with wand staff. There's no point of running wand. There's no, secret trick to it. Eli, do you have a PV build for Lombo wand that does DPS and can run solo? Oh, it's nighttime. Is there actually going to be PvP here though? Because it's not raining outside. Yeah, there's not. Also, this one with a healing focus for smaller skill fights. Yeah, that's something a lot of people do already. Kuda, you can definitely do that. Do you have a PV build for a Lombo wand that does DPS and can run solo? Yeah, I have a solo DPS build on my max roll. I also have I do a variation of my solo boss build for my Gate of Infinities. When I'm running solo, I do something like this. I take those off, and then I take this off, put this on, and then I don't know what I do after that. I think I actually just keep the fourth like that. I don't care. No, I actually do something. What I do? Oh yeah, I swap this to this. There we go. So I do something like that when I play solo now. I don't even know what gate we're going into. But since we're doing both and we have the boss for free and it's a peace boss, I'm just gonna go back to my other thing. we go. Someone clip that. Someone clip that. So I think I went a little too fast through that. And post in the healer Discord, please. Would you say that Master Guy for level 1 is good skill setup for healing? Yes, I made that guide, Bradley. Which weapon would you use as the main hand as a healer one dagger? I guess it depends. You can use dagger and you get the extra evasion buff from there. Optimus if you take the top tree. What need to do for don't die fast from greatsword and dagger? Sorry, make this healer. Yeah, run. If it's probably like you're experiencing those issues in small skill and arena agony, melee evasion build is what will help you there. Realistically, how much hit can a person stack in T1? You can stack up to 1700 hit if you're a greatsword player in T1. If you're not that, you can easily stack up at least 1k. Easily, at least. Uh-oh. How'd they get up there? That's interesting. Huh. That's funny. Which weapon would you use as a main hand as a healer one dagger? What need to do for a don't die fast? The thing here is work. Yeah, the endurance build won't help you evade CC camp. It's for damage sustain. Like the endurance build with the high defense is specifically what it goes for. It's also what I ran on KR and I was extremely hard to kill. It's the point of the build. It doesn't help you with CCs though. That's why I always say for small scale and arena, the melee evasion build is what I recommend people to run. For large skills, or if you get a lot of peeling, that build also works really well. You're just super tanky. And it's also interchangeable with a wand essence, if you want to play wand essence as well. Moving to some purple gear from the mid-game blue screen on your max roll, what item should I prioritize getting first? I also say that on the max roll as well. There's a note at the start of those builds. What item should I prioritize getting first? Prioritize getting any gear that drops from open world dungeons, Giga. There's not really like an order of like things to get first kind of thing, and it's already prioritized. Like the order, the way the items are listed in the max roll, Giga, under each of the categories is they're already in order as well. So I'd follow that order that they're listed in already. Yeah, I use my AoE build dailies on this link over here. That's what I use to farm mobs solo quickly. If you check out some of my earlier VODs as well on my YouTube, I think is probably where they are, because I think they're getting deleted off of Twitch, because it's like going past a week. You can find a lot of those, essentially me doing AoE farming as well. I guess I'll make an AoE farming early game video as well. I'm sure that could be helpful, so I'll do that too. But yeah, what I just linked to you on the guide, what's there is what I use. Oh, it's got 2 capes. Right now I'm on what server is this? Amos? I'm on Asmos. Moving into some purple gear from the what's the fastest run of Gate Infinity besides dagger on your guys' server? The fastest Gate of Infinity run for staff dagger right now is 55 seconds melty. Oh sorry, no, 48 seconds cookies. Cookies has 48 seconds right now for staff dagger. On that boss. Evasion builds for SNS are still viable. McKay, yeah, you can run a range of magic evasion build on SNS, especially in T2. You can still run that. I have 2000 melee evasion. Is that a waste? That's a little overkill, SKD. You should drop it to like 1700, 1800 if it gives you more health or something. Yeah, no worries, Rogo. Or Agony. Thanks, Donrick. Eli, why do you say that most damage is throwing decaying touch at 2 touch of the spear and not 3? I say that? Where did I say that, Teggy? I didn't say that. You should throw decaying touch with your 3rd. So you throw decaying touch on 2 and then the 3 would come up by the time decaying touch lands on the boss. That's what I normally do. Should probably go in there and get some damage off. Excuse me. Okay, sorry. I was hit with an ad break. I didn't hear the answer. I'm moving into some purple gear from the game losing zero. What item should I prioritize? Yeah, Jacob. If you just moved into purples, do the gear that you can farm from the open world dungeons first, because that'll be the easiest ones to obtain. But like, there's the order of things is already the things on the max are already in order, so there's not really an order to explain. So like, as things are listed on the max roll, that's like the order of things to prioritize. Under each of the categories. So like, co-op dungeons has their own category, open world dungeon has their own category, and so on and so forth. So large scale is better. Should I just swap to evasion to make it better for me now? Yeah, you can swap to evasion camp, especially if you're struggling with the CC, because you're doing probably a lot more small scale in arenas, or just small skills in general. A lot of the PvP in this game is small scale. No worries. Damn, why is your game music so loud? My game music is loud, really? Is it loud? I don't think it's loud. Maybe it was loud because I have the thing on where it's like, if I alt tab, the music in the game all like goes down to like 20%. So because I clicked into the game and probably you're just used to how low it was, it sounded so loud. Because look, it's like all at 50s, 60s, like it's pretty low. It just sounded loud because I have the option on that reduces the sound of music when I'm alt tabbed. Probably just like an adjustment kind of thing. But I'll put it lower. There you go. Yeah, when you have proper MP regen, Naja, you don't experience any mana issues as one Lampo. How locked in I was watching the spider sitting here with her mouth open. Your real melee evasion and range experience can help me to not die for Christ or dagger, or need to go for full evasion. Thanks again. Yep, melee evasion will definitely help you not die to greatsword dagger and be like a victim to them, an easy victim. Thanks, Victor. Yeah, mana regen is good when you get the proper amount. They're currently following your link game Healy P. Feel about what your opinion on dropping things across this, but 3 cross skills. Yeah, if you want to do that, it's Miko. You'll be looking more at the buff CC bot wand staff build. You don't have to run that exact build, obviously. Everything is just like a template for people to adjust how they like it based on their own preferences. But what you're describing would sound more like that build. So you can look at that build for like inspiration. What is a good opener as in arena as Bo-Wan? What I normally do in arena as Bo-Wan as an opener is I normally look at who their healer is, and then I would immediately sleep that healer. If the staff person I notice is running mana burn, then I'll immediately like sleep the staff and ask the party to just burst them down. But normally I'll just sleep the healer and take them out of the fight, and then focus the next squishy target, kill them, and then go back to the healer. Yeah, they fixed the server transfer issue, Lip. You just have to buy a ticket and it'll reset it right now. A link to the healer Discord? Yeah, it's pseudo. It's just I think someone did it already. Someone do it already? In case someone did it. It's discord.gg/healers TNL. There you go. Don't you think it's logical to want to build decks if you're doing evasion PvP? I notice we focus on strength. Not really, Kutin, because every single point of dex only gives you 2 points of evasion, which is nothing. So you're gonna be investing so much into dex just to get 2 points of evasion every single time. Whereas you can be putting those points into strength. This gives you 45 points per 1 point. 10 points of strength is 450 health, which is a lot more. You also get defenses on top of that. You can put into wisdom, which gives you the mana regen that you want, or in cooldown speed, which is nice. You can put into perception if you're running a hit build specifically. That gives you the hit that you want from the bonuses, which is also really nice. But other than that, dex is not giving you anything past 30 for the crit chance. That would significantly benefit your build. Learning how conflict bosses work for jobs. If my guild wants to try to snipe and do 10%, would we have 10% for the job? Yeah, you want to think about like loot from bosses box as like a wheel of fortune. Everyone has their own pie on the wheel, right? So the more damage and healing that you do to the boss, the bigger your pie on the wheel grows. When the boss dies, that wheel is spun, and it will land on whatever it lands on. So it doesn't matter if you have the biggest pie on that wheel, it just increases your odds of getting loot, but it doesn't mean you're guaranteed to get loot. So that means if you go to the boss and you do 10% damage, you'll just have 10% damage on the boss, right? But you have to also keep in mind, if you leave the zone of a boss, like not like the combat zone, but like the actual map where the boss spawns, I'm pretty sure you'll lose contributions. Similar to how when you used to die, you lost like 70% of contribution. I don't think you lose all contribution, but you will lose contribution. Because you're leaving the boss's map or area of the map where they spawn. If you wipe them and it drops gear, as long as you keep them away from it long enough, you'll be able to loot it. So you can wipe them and hold the area down, even if it drops. Yep, you can do that. Usually when you're trying to lock down bosses, normally guilds will split up and just like kill people. Or have like a kill squad, just like kill people or disrupt the other boss. While your main guild kills the other boss, and then you all swap over to the other boss and kill it en masse. Yeah, nice. No, that makes sense, Camp. Hey, what targeting settings do you recommend for Arena? For Arena, I don't really mess with targeting too much in Arena. I just use the normal ones. So like you can do gameplay target selection. I just do attacking players, hostile players, and then elite boss and resistant contract. I just obviously keep that for my daily stuff. But yeah, hostile players and hostile guild and attacking players, it's what I keep on. Just because there's like 3 players in Arena, so it's like often easy to like click them as well if you needed to. They sent a free server transfer token by game mail. Oh, did they really? I didn't see that. I wonder if they sent that only to the October 1st servers. I didn't get anything in my mail. That's interesting. Can you get out of sleep as a wand longbow? If you're slept, you cannot get out of it. Like you can't cleanse yourself. You can cleanse out of other people out of a sleep though. Yeah, no worries, Coot. Is there a gear score block to get into T2? Wondering if not yet. Just to put my build on hold and just lose some farm till T2. T2 gear is going to drop in the new year though, Camp, so I wouldn't recommend waiting for T2 armor or weapons. T2 accessories and stuff like that are going to replace a lot of accessories in everyone's build and some of the capes, especially the melee vision cape. So you could hold off on some things. But I will be updating the Maxwell guys with the T2 variants that we'll be getting with next week's T2 dungeon. Probably before the end of October. Just waiting for like we have to discuss it as a team. Dude, how can you go complete full got full complete equipment? We can't farm. Got full complete equipment. We can't farm. I'm not sure what you're asking, Novell, but you can definitely farm. If you look at my you see my one-step PvE guys, like there's a rotation there. If you look at my earlier VODs, I think they're going to be just on YouTube now. But if you look at those, you can see how I'm killing mobs even in green blue gear at level 50 in Phonos Basin. I was just grouping up 20 mobs and just exploding them. Just the exploding combo is what you rely on a lot. Hey Iceman. I started following the endgame melee evasion build. Here is better than getting waste resources. It's if you do a lot of small scale in arenas, Omen, you'll find the melee evasion build to definitely be better. Yeah, no worries. That's available. Oh yeah, October 1st server. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I think on that note, I'll end the Q&A today. I'm gonna head off for the rest of the night. But yeah, thanks folks for stopping by. These streams are pretty fun and chill. So I appreciate you all for stopping by and asking all your questions. But I hope I answered a lot of your questions today. If I missed any questions, please feel free to DM me the question. And ask it in general chat of Healer Discord so other people can see your question as well in case it's helpful for them. But yeah, thanks folks for stopping by, asking your questions, and watching some of my random content today, which was mostly probably just me standing somewhere and answering questions, but I don't think that's a bad thing. Because the stream wasn't like, it was like unplanned anyway, so. But do we know? And I will be coming up with a healer schedule. I'll be coming up with a streaming schedule, a proper one. I'm just discussing it with a friend who's helping me out with some of this stuff. That's Winston. I don't know if Winston's still here, but he was here earlier. But I appreciate him, and he's helped me out with some of this stuff to learn how to be a better streamer. But yeah. And I think there's 2 more questions. Do we know if T2 is going global too soon? Because Q1 is when they said T2 is likely going to come to us. So I'm expecting January in the new year for us to get T2 armor and weapons, since we're getting the T2 dungeons next month. But the T2 dungeons we're getting next month is not going to have the T2 armor and weapons. It's just going to have the T1 gear, the T1 accessories and cloaks that are in those T2 dungeons. And there's going to be... We also data mined this, so something really cool to share. In those T2 dungeons right now, what exists in the code, this is what exists right now, so it could change. But there are boxes that have the T1 gear that is hard to get in those boxes in those dungeons. So that's the same thing that was on KR, but they kept it right now in the global code for the T2 dungeons we're getting next month. So if they don't change it, that'll be really good, because those boxes have, for example, the Arc Boss T1 gear that are really hard to get, right? So like the Grand General, the Field General pants, the Mother Nature's top, the Reaper's boots, like all those really hard to get gear from bosses and from like field bosses and also arc bosses are in those boxes like it is on KR, and they kept it in for NA right now. So far, it might change. We'll find out eventually. But yeah. Yeah, but what if I'm wondering is if I can get into T2 dungeons, I can essentially farm and then go for heavy loot and items. Yeah, you can do that, Cap. If you want to hold out, you could definitely do that. For sure. T2 dungeons also make it easier to like re-gear. So if you want to hold out for that, you could definitely do that. It's going just replacing. Yeah, no worries, Cap. Yeah, definitely you can hold out, Cap. It's not a bad idea. The T2 dungeons next month also might make it easier for you to just re-gear a bit. But yeah. You should be fine. Those boots are really good if you go for like in high endurance, high melee, high endurance, high raw defense, high max health build. Dragon. How do I pronounce my name? Oh, it's Eli. Yeah. I don't know if there's any healer streamers streaming. But we can double check, and if there is, we can raid them. I don't know if Jaeger's streaming. I don't think he is. But you know who we can raid? We need more healer streamers. Who agrees? I feel like healers. I love playing MMOs. I always play healers in MMOs. But in every MMO I played in, you hardly see a healer streamer. Hardly. Not saying that they don't exist, obviously they do, but like you hardly see one, and it sort of sucks. I wish there was more. But my friend Jaeger's not streaming, so I can't raid him. Jaeger's a good one SNS main. He also played KR since the start, so he's great for those on SNS questions. But I'll stop yapping, and let's go raid Grenton. Grenton's a buddy. He's leading one of the Ethereum guilds. He's on the fun server, the server that I'm excited to play on soon. Yeah, let's go raid Grenton. Oh, who? Who is that? He said, Fake Uni is now a healer? I don't know Fake Uni. I never met them yet, but that sounds... I'm glad they're playing Juan Lambo. Are they in the healer Discord? Because it's in the healer Discord, I should give them the streamer tag, but I haven't met them or heard from them. Yeah, I'll maybe find Fake Uni and we can get them into. If you watch Fake Uni stream, tell them to join the healer Discord and I can tag them up and it'll be good to add more healer streamers, to the community, the healer TNL Discord community. Yeah, thanks everyone. I appreciate everyone. Do I think I'm gonna go, but I'm asking more questions. Do you think Staff 1 can effectively build melee range evasion? Yes, they can. They definitely can. So if you want to build a melee range evasion build, melee range evasion. I was thinking magic range evasion. Melee range evasion, not really anymore because everyone's starting to go hit builds for range players. So really, melee evasion range endurance tends to be better right now. If I'm being honest with you. Okay. That's the last one. That's the last question. Let's go. Just gonna make sure I don't wanna. Yes, I do have a healer progression guide from 1 to 50. Greed is on the max roll. If you go to the maxroll.gg.com maxroll.gg, go to healer, filter it to longbow or filter it to bow, and you'll see my leveling guide. My leveling guide is what you'll wanna take a look at there. Fake Uni is a Black Desert player. Oh, cool. But yeah, Fake Uni should definitely hop in the Discord. But let's go raid not Grenton. And let's say hi to Grenton.
It's okay. I have a 47. I mean, the DLSS 3.0 helps shit ton.
I'm gonna test it out.
Having
all the guild icons on shit.
You just raided me.
Oh yeah,
when
they're
I was
off.
about to end.
Dude, it helps shit ton. Yes.
Level 50. Wait, you made a new character? No way. Yeah, I was literally about to end. We just finished bosses. I was about to end. Guys, go check out Eli. He's probably the best healer I know. But Eli, wait. Before I end, I need to show you something. Tell me if you're ready.